one person is thumbs up. Nobody's there yet, but there's a thumbs up already. We're going to have Creedmoor Fury on tonight, and he's going to talk about what did he say he's going to talk about? He is going to talk about insect resistance in healthy plants. Insect resistance in healthy plants. So it's getting pretty close to when we're going to be on live with everyone else. And so I think what we'll do is pray. You want to pray, Daddy, or you want me to pray, or you want to do this just because we a little bit late on coming on, about 7 minutes late coming on.
You can pray if you'd like.
Well, I mean, either one of us. Thank you, Father, for being here with us. Thank you for your presence, Lord. We ask for your protection, your wisdom, your strength, and your health, Lord. Father, I pray that you would bring those that can come on. This is the first night of Passover, so for some people this would be off limits and might have been for us normally, but we just feel to be faithful to this on Mondays for whoever it is you bring, Lord. So we thank you, Lord, that you came and that you died for us, and that this is a very significant night. It's way more significant than the pagan Easter that most people seem to celebrate. So we just thank you, God, that you sacrificed yourself for us, Lord. And this is one of the nights where we actually celebrate, and that you passed over the Israelites, Lord, when they put the blood of the lamb on the doorposts. And the blood of the lamb on Passover with Yeshua was sacrificed right after that, Lord. And we just ask you to sanctify it, Lord, for your purpose. Protect us from any harm and any interruptions that might not be of you. And I thank you, Father, in the name of Yeshua, your Son. Amen. Just got the notice. Surely that's you, right? That you are live. Hey, how you doing now? Are you any better than last week? Are you getting, I remember you had to be in the hospital. Your blood pressure, remember? Off and on this week, I've been praying for you as the Lord puts you on my heart. So is there anyone else on here? Shirley, glad you came. Creedmoor's supposed to be on here, and the screen isn't split anymore, so I'm not sure what happened. He's hopefully going to be on with us because that's what the agenda was. Okay. We're going to have to add him. I'm going to copy the link again and send this to him. Hold on a minute. I'll be right back. Nevertheless, okay. Little Autumn Leaf, hi. What a sweet name that is. Hey, J Buck. Good to see you, brother. Hi, how are you? Okay, I missed last week because I was admitted from the ER that evening, doing better now. Oh man. You were with us long enough for us to pray for you. I hope you're doing better now. I don't know if you ever use any herbal things, but there might be some things you can use. I could suggest you maybe offline. But things that I've used effectively. So yeah, we just prayed and we're welcome everybody, saints of the soil. So there's 7 already on. Welcome everyone. Happy Shag Shemesh Passover to those of you that observe that. Like I said, it's a very significant time. This is the rabbinical Passover. It's not maybe the real Passover as far as people that are watching the fields and the moons and everything in the land have more of an idea when the authentic Passover is supposed to be, but nonetheless, people are celebrating it this week. So have a blessed Passover. So J Buck, you're needing prayers, mental stability, financial, stop smoking, and caffeine drinks. Yeah, right now, especially those caffeine drinks, man, they say to stay away from, was it Monster especially? It's particularly damaging to your health. They've got some stuff they're putting in it right now that's really horrible for you. So Shirley's claiming healing. Amen. They could not find a source of bleeding. Oh, that's right. It was bleeding. Thank you for your prayers. Wow. But are you still losing blood? Wow. Okay, there's Mr. Eden, East of Eden. There you go. Hopefully he's going to come on. There we go. There you are, Mr. East
There
of
we
Eden.
go. Hello.
We're just
Hello.
Hey, Mr. J Buck, we were just going to pray for Mr. J Buck and Shirley because Shirley's bleeding from they don't know where. She's the one that was in the hospital last week. They admitted her. And then J Buck is saying that he's feeling like a lost cause. Listen, this has been a really hard week for me, J Buck. Oh my word. I share in your misery. So he said he's still needing prayers, mental stability, financial, stop smoking and caffeine drinks. Mental stability for a lot of people right now is a hard one. And usually my emotions are not on the surface, but man, when they do get there, it's hard. But anyway, so I get it. I get it. It's a difficult time right now on the planet, and that in itself. But you're not a lost cause, Mr. J Buck. Father, we just ask you that you help Justin to remember who he is in you. I thank you, God, for him. I thank you for his heart toward you and toward this time on Monday nights. I pray, God, that you would help him get a hold of his addiction to smoking and the caffeine drinks. And Father, I pray that you would give him some kind of system or form that he can deal with that. And you know what? I'm not kidding, Jay Buck. It's that whole deliverance thing is really significant. I'm overwhelmed with how much it helps people. And speaking the words out loud to come against the enemy and our particular addictions and whatnot is really a lot more helpful, I think, than we realize, because we're making declaration and decree into the ethers. What is it, the etherland or whatever it's called, into the atmosphere. And we're under like some serious attack right now. I don't know if you guys heard it, but Tucker Carlson interviewed this man online just recently about what the ETs actually are, that they're not extraterrestrials, they're actually supernatural beings. And so I really feel like CERN, if you guys know about CERN and stuff, they've opened up a portal. I really don't believe that eclipse was an actual eclipse. I really don't believe it at all. And there's a lot of evidence to prove that it wasn't. And all those things that happened at the same time, the same day, as a result of that whole incident, is adding up to be pretty diabolical. So, in light of all this, the power within us is far greater than the power within the world. And we've got to remember who we are and start practicing who we are and getting rid of our addictions and all that is elemental to that. Not elemental, but it's, elemental as far as foundational to us being able to warfare and be effective in our warfare. And if you're having a hard time getting over your addictions or your issues, just know that you're growing, you're learning, and be patient with yourself. Don't be hard on yourself. It's more, and especially if you're a new believer, because if you're a new believer, you're just starting to get on that bicycle. And at first, you're not perfect. It takes time. And I remember I really didn't get used to walking in the Spirit with God until maybe 3 to 5 years after I was saved. And then, even then, every now and then I trip up, and I still trip up with certain things, like I let, certain things get in the way. And, that's why we have a father. That's why we have 1 John 1:9. He says, if God's faithful and when we confess our sins, and we confess it not to any human being, we confess it to the Father. And it says to confess your sins one to another so you might be healed. But he says that if we confess our sins, he's faithful and he's just to forgive us of our sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. And he casts them as far as the east is from the west, and he remembers them no more. So I would say that if we have a particular addiction and we keep giving place to it, to constantly go to the Father, it's going to seem addictive and ridiculous and crazy. And my gosh, can I ever get over this? And you get hard on yourself, but you just keep doing it. And pretty soon God will say, you know what? All you have to do is call on me and I'll help you through this. And pretty soon you just start getting over those frailties, those weaknesses. So I pray that for Justin, Lord. I pray that you would enable him to hear your voice, that he wouldn't be overshadowed with emotional, reactive, um, impatient, angry, and how we all are subject to getting. But that you'll God give word him the love and the patience that I know that you're always there with, but help him to overcome, and help him to do some self deliverance. Because if you deny yourself, you know, um, God's there for you and he wants to fill you with himself. So we thank you for for Justin, Lord, and we ask you to continue to work in his life. Give him the faith to believe that it's going to happen and that you will enable him, and that each time he says no and he's able to accomplish and stay with it, that the next time it'll be easier. And the next time it'll be easier. Maybe he'll fall again, but the next time it'll be easier. And you're training him. I really believe that this is a time where God is training us in warfare, in spiritual warfare. And it's taking the opportunity to say yes to that training and be obedient when God says to be obedient. So anyway, okay, I'm claiming healing. And so thank you, God, for Shirley, and that you are healing her, Lord. I pray that you give her ways out to this tribulation, give insight to her and to the people that are helping her with this bleeding situation. Um, and you're never a lost cause. Don't let the devil say that to you, Justin. Yeah, 2 years. You've been around a lot longer than that. Australia, I just want to say I appreciate you all, and I finally stopped smoking fully, and I thank God for giving me faith. Hallelujah. See, it's going to happen, Justin. It's going to happen, brother. Just hang in there. I think smoking in particular for some people is incredibly difficult. I got delivered overnight, but I think most times it does not happen. And for some reason, I think God wants, even Paul had a thorn in the flesh, just kind of remind him who he is, you know. So I don't know. Why do you think there was a thorn in the flesh with Paul?
Keep him humble.
To keep him humble, like I said, to remember who he is, that we're so weak, we're frail, and that God's faithful. Anyway, anybody else need prayer while we're here? We're 6 minutes into it, but yeah, welcome back, Australia. Welcome back to the Saints of the Soil. So, does anybody have any particular questions for Paul? We've got Creedmoor Fury on tonight. He's going to talk to us about what is it, the pest remediation or something, right? There's some kind of insects that are resistant. Let's see,
We're
healthy.
going to
Let's see,
talk. We'll talk about
plants.
some principles behind how it is that healthy plants are more resistant to insect predation, and the methods that we can use within the Back to Eden method to promote those things. Because there's a lot of stuff that we can do, a lot of things that we can do that have nothing to do with insecticides.
Hallelujah. And God knows we don't need any more false remedies. And see, that's the thing that the world provides
Absolutely.
for us. It's false remedies that can actually go into much more damage to our souls, to our soil, to our world. Because it's not when you're spraying, Roundup in your on your lawn or wherever you're spraying it, you're affecting your community.
Absolutely. Well, I think when a lot of people switch over to the Back to Eden method, they still have a lot of reservations about how they used to do things before. If they were a grower growing conventionally, the question is always asked, how do I make this transition smoothly? How do I let go of the dogma? How do I move forward with something that is really just a feeling that I have and not necessarily something that's written in the books? We know, of course, it was written in the books. The principles
Intuition
are
is
there for
huge.
all of us. That's my connection.
What's written in the books of your heart. The Bible talks about intuition. I think the Greek word is oedus. And boy, I took that and ran with it because man, I get a lot of that. And often it's correct. And I not always, but it's often correct. And I really think that it's something that we need to listen to, unless we're following lying spirits. Now, if we're following lying spirits, we're subjecting ourselves to constant sin or things that, are making us think evil thoughts and whatnot, then we can open ourselves up to deception. But if we have pure hearts and clean hands and we come to God and He begins to show us things, it's like that's what Paul laid into, or laid onto, is that God showed him, through prayer and just, showing him like the forest, what to do. So
Yeah.
that's cool.
A
So
lot
is
of
there
people
anybody
when
else
they
on here?
I'm seeing we're holding at 13, so it looks like everyone
All
that's
right.
started out with us is here. Justin may be gone temporarily. Kind of looks like he is. There's Kelly Sullivan. Hi, Kelly. Jordan
Okay.
Rayner. Okay, so we're getting some new faces. There's some new faces coming into the room. We don't have to really start just yet. If y'all want to give it a few
Yeah.
minutes and let the
Yeah,
room
I
fill
think
up,
we
we can do
should.
that.
I think
We
we
can
should.
talk plants. I mean, we love to talk plants.
Yeah. I don't do Christmas. We don't do Christmas, Jordan. We celebrate like Passover. We don't do Easter. We do because it's not biblical.
There he is.
Anyway, let's see. I'm done taking my shower. I was listening while washing my hair. Oh, how sweet. Hello,
Sorry,
Kelly.
if I seem distracted, my Mancoon is going crazy behind me on the floor.
Oh, you've got a Maine Coon? Is he a big
Yeah.
guy?
Oh yeah, and he's rambunctious tonight.
Oh my gosh, I have someone in Russia that wants to give me a Maine Coon, but I think I'm getting another serval or a Savannah. I got
Ooh, they're so
a
cool.
golden. I got one that's a golden waiting for me. I think he's going to be a really big one.
We may be able to capture this guy so I can give him a
Yeah, show him
formal
to us.
introduction.
Show him to us.
Oh,
If he'll, here, let me see
Aw,
if I can.
what color is he? Is that Terry?
Black. He is
Terry, I
all
want to
black.
say hi to you.
Okay,
Hi,
there he is.
Terry.
There,
Oh,
show
he's
your
black.
whiskers. He's all
Nice to
black.
meet you. Nice to meet you in the flesh, Terry.
You too.
But he is the big boy.
yeah.
He looks like he's big.
He'll
He's
be
a
angry
beauty.
any second now.
Is he solid black? Look at this one.
Yeah.
It's like all of a sudden he just jumps up on Paul's lap. Isn't that funny? The cat
"Oh,
brigade.
Gibbity." He was like, "Wait, get me out of here."
What's his name?
Jeter, Jeter Boo.
Boo.
Yeah,
Jeter Boo. Did you see Jeter Boo Eleazar? He always comes
he saw he
and
saw
says,
Eleazar and was like, "Let me out of here. I'm out of here."
he's so
But they
silly. He
enrich
wants to
our
jump
life.
in her lap.
They
What's
really
that?
do. I'm always seeing y'all's cat running around back and forth, and I'm like, maybe my cat'll show up.
Yeah, well, that's a beautiful cat. Yeah,
He's a good guy.
it's hard not to want kitties, I'll tell you. They're so sweet. And I love their independence. Yeah, so 14, let's see. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Thank you, Mr. Buck. Wait, what is that? What is what, Shirley?
Shirley's like,
What?
"What is that cat? What was that?" I know mine looked like a demon.
Demon? No, it
He
looks like a
does.
big fluffy black.
In the dark, he's just a little terror. He really is.
Is he pure blood?
I don't know if he is. We actually got him from someone who had another Mancoon and had a
Ah,
child. We're not sure if it's the child is from the father or from one of the other cats.
okay. But he's a
Could
big
be,
boy and he looks
yeah,
Maine
but he's a
Coon.
big boy. He's when he gets his brush, you can see his mane is really, really thick around his neck, and
Oh
the
yeah.
hair inside his ears stick out about, well, kind of like y'all's. But he doesn't want to be groomed at all. He doesn't want you to touch him in that way. But he still hangs out with his daddy.
Yeah, you can get rid of the wrinkly ball guy, Mr. J. Buck.
Oh, look at wrinkly Isaac. Isaac is wrinkly.
Oh boy.
Hey, sometimes folks just come on just because they want to hear their name said. Isaac,
I
Isaac, Isaac,
know.
Isaac, Isaac. What in the world? I know you're joking.
Do you know this guy?
Not a clue. But we could call him a croll or we could call him a troll.
Yeah, I think
Either
he's a
way.
troll. He's a troll crow. Anyway, um, so we are maybe give it one more minute. We can start going on your
Yeah, we can talk about some cool plant stuff. We can
yeah.
answer some of those questions, especially from
Mhm.
some of the younger growers that come into it and they have no idea what they're doing. They're ready to try.
Right.
And that's the best kind of participation when you're willing to get in there and get your hands dirty and put some seeds in the ground. And for so many of us right about now is that's the time we're in, right? I mean, lots of folks are getting out there and they're direct sowing now and they're dropping plants, and I think it's going to be 37 degrees here tomorrow night.
This is going to sound crazy, but I put a lot of this. I want to know from people if they've done any of the copper wire, electroculture, because I swear that my variegated fiddle leaf fig has gotten about an inch taller in the last week. And I didn't measure the height, but I did take a picture and it does look different. So I don't know. Maybe that's really an exaggeration because an inch taller, it seems though, at least it's really grown. And then I've got a variegated fig. What's it called?
Ficus,
Ficus
Benjamina.
Benjamina in the bathroom that looks like it's added quite a few leaves. So I don't know. I mean, I'm interested to hear what other people have to say. The potatoes that are growing underneath the one that I have out in the orchard have gotten a lot more leaf and grown seemingly faster than the other ones that don't have any electroculture around them. So I don't know. I want to hear from people to hear if they're seeing any differences, and also it'd be cool to hear. Are you doing any electroculture,
No,
Creedmoor? Okay.
No, I don't want any more plant growth than I already have. No, thank you.
Well, I'm
No,
just
no, no,
curious.
no, no.
Yeah,
No,
I'm just curious.
we gotta limit it at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're limiting plant growth instead of encouraging more of it. And
So,
honestly, we're really talking about the same thing, folks, because my garden, as mature as it is, it's packed with energy. The older it
mhm,
gets, the more energy is packed into this garden, not just the soils, but
naturally.
everything that it contacts, the earth, the trees, the plants, you name it, whatever guilds we put together. Not supposed to use that word. Whatever plants that we put together in companionship are actually raising the level of energy within the soils around them. So, you know,
Hmm.
it's accumulative, and as you continue to add more and more organic media, more soil biomass to your system, to your garden system, the energy begins to stack. It's exponential. It eventually starts to double and triple by leaps and bounds. And
That's one of the advantages of having your own place, ideally, or
yeah,
someplace
it
that you can
really is.
continue to.
It
Yeah, it
really is,
really is.
and we've gone from it's really more difficult for me, I think, these days because it's been so many years since I grew conventionally. But we really put a lot of work into that method of growing, only to fail, only to end up with subpar plants, low nutrient density, high insect attraction, poor moisture retention, poor biological support systems in the soil. All of these things are, you know, and at the end of the day, our plants were basically just saltier, and they attracted more insects, and that all that did was encourage us to try to find more knee-jerk solutions to common problems that everyone else that was practicing conventionally was facing as well. So, you know, we really got caught up in this loop of doing what we knew how to do because of a very new system. And that new system was treat the insect, don't treat the problem. And all along, the problem's been infertility.
Yeah.
So, you know, with
Makes sense.
infertility, you're going to have issues that are going to show up in your garden. You're, you know, growing is already so complex. It's not easy to just boil it down to one or two simple things to know, you know, but there really are two simple things to know, and that's that bare soil attracts weeds and covered soil does all kinds of really great things. Bare soil, bare dirt, dead lifeless dirt and lifeless soil leads to struggles, and soil that's full of life and covered and protected from the elements grows great plants. And I'm going to say
Yeah.
something now that I'm sure a lot of people they've been just dying for me to say. It all happens without fertilizer.
Mhm. Yeah.
It all happens without fertilizer. And this is the one thing that I'm hoping that there's some young and some old in the room right now, because if you're from the old school like I am, like others are, you remember a time where we were utilizing inorganic soluble fertilizers with the hopes that they would get wet and they would be absorbed into the tissues of the plants, right? That's what we believed. And we even believed that we could do that in an organic way, except the second you use inorganic fertilizers, you're no longer doing it in an organic way, right?
Right.
So people struggle. They struggle with that model. They work so hard at it. They really do. They pour their hearts and their souls into it. They invest thousands of dollars every year into the economies that support that sort of stuff.
Hmm.
Buying equipment, buying tools that go with the equipment, mechanical equipment, diesel fuel, gasoline, tillage, silage, all of these things that ultimately lead to putting roughly 80% of whatever salt-based fertilizers you put on the ground, they just wash away. They just wash into the rivers. They just feed the algal blooms. They just leave your plants. They don't do what you want them to do. And more importantly, what they do is they stop your plants from absorbing nutrients based on a biological, God given way. They stop your plants. The second you start putting salts on the soils, the biology in the soil says, I'm not going to do anything for you. I'm going to go over here and hang out as far away from this nonsense as I can get. It's the equivalent to someone pouring a whole bunch of toxins in an environment and then expecting, well, us to hang out there. Anyone with any sense is going to say, no way, I'm not staying here. This is not how it works. So if you remember back to that movie, that real handsome guy next to you, Carol, he was the star in that movie where he talks about how there's nobody out in the forest feeding those trees. There's nobody feeding the oak trees. They do fine without fertilizer. So when we
Yep.
break it on down to smaller scale plants, which is any plant smaller than an oak tree, it's easy to imagine how if it'll feed an oak, it'll feed a tomato plant. And what are we talking about here? We're really talking about the fall. We're talking about what Mother Nature put on the ground in the fall and what sat and made compost tea all winter long. And when the plants and the trees woke up in the spring, they were immediately able to sip from this elixir, from this biomass that had been broken down by the soil biology, that had been digested and then been predated upon by other players and characters in the soil that then go on to fertilize your trees and plants for you. This system's been in place for what? How long? I'm looking at the clock over there. 6.5 billion years. And however long mankind has been involved, it's been working sort of superfluously and flawless without our attention to these details for a really long time. It works until we get in the way and stop it from working. So, what I want to impress upon people is that Mother Nature is really quite perfect in her way. Her boss is really supreme. And the way they have figured out how to make things work is really kind of intuitive. Plants farm soil biology at their roots. Plants use the sun to create sugars. They take those sugars and they dump them into the soil at their feet. Those sugars then attract a specific set of soil biology who then come in and take care of the plant's needs. So you see, this is why it's so easy to reinforce the principles. And the principles are keep your soil covered because it protects soil biology. If a plant doesn't grow, put another seed in the ground. The more plants that grow, the more of these juices are going to leave the roots of the plants and enter the soil. The more juices that enter the soil, by the way, these juices are sugars, the more insects, the more biology, bacteria, fungi, protozoa, nematodes, microarthropods, etc. I mean, I know some of their names, I know many of the species, but you don't have to be a successful grower. You don't need to know anybody's names. You just need to know that if they're in the soil, they're in the soil to help your plants. And if there's bad guys in the soil, there's a funny thing about bad guys. When you break the system, when you break the whole entire gardening system, the worldwide garden over again, some of those soil symbiotes, they start to misbehave. Okay? But when we go back to practicing regenerative growing systems by utilizing things like compost and wood chips to cycle into our gardens on a continuous basis, what ends up happening is the plants are more familiar with that type of soil. They're way more familiar with that type of soil than they are with granite. While it is possible for a plant to grow on a granite rock, it's more likely that the plant will be happy in wood chips or compost. And the reason for that is because inside the compost, there's a plethora of soil symbiotic life forms that are already actively engaged in cycling the nutrients that are held within, well, the soil itself. And those nutrients, they can be in wood chips, they can be in plant matter, they can be in last year's crops, they can be in the leaf that falls from the tree above your garden, they can be in the grasses that you collected, they can be in anything. Our convention dictates that we usually keep neat and tidy spaces. Most folks, they want a neat and tidy garden with no weeds. They want beautiful pastures with 3-inch tall grasses that are cut so uniformly, they look like soldiers standing ready to go to battle. But the reality of it is our conventions don't really support healthy crop systems. Okay? That's the problem. The problem is that having that green grass in your yard means it's a monoculture. Even if you have 3 or 4 plants in it, they're up against the house, the foundation plants. It's a relatively small percentage of plants that you might have actively growing. One thing that we've learned over the years is that the more plants you put in the ground, the more diversity you put in the ground, the more sugar is collected by the leaves of those plants and transposed through their stems down into the roots and dumped into the soil. And the more soil biology is coordinated along these lines. The plants grow hairs, tiny little hairs at the ends of their roots. They got this cool name. They're called root hairs. And those root hairs are capable of taking in bacteria and other things like protozoa into them, where the nutrients are cycled into the plant, and then pressures build up inside the plant. I got it really simple for y'all folks because it should be simple. As the pressures build up in the plants release some things called superoxide. They essentially burn the shell off of the bacteria, and the bacteria sends its nitrogen into the plant. And the phloem and the xylem, the chloroplast, they take all of this stuff all through their seminal fluids. It goes up and down the plant, satisfies all the needs of the plants. We didn't put down one drop of fertilizer. Nothing went down. Just living soil biology and carbon, the building blocks of life. Paul's been talking about wood chips all along. You know, I love wood chips so much. I'm so addicted to them. I'm so hooked on them. I can't get enough of them. And this is because I know what they mean to the energy in my garden. Because I know that when wood chips suck up a little bit of moisture, next thing I know, all of that active soil biology is going to get involved in breaking those wood chips down and using the carbon chain to create new carbon chains to satisfy the needs of the plants. So people ask all the time, well, what does all that mean? Number one, you got a brand new garden, you got to grow plants. It's that simple. If you grow plants, your garden soil is going to take energy much faster than if you just sit there looking at it. And if you're sitting there looking at it, Mother Nature's going to blow seeds on top of it, and then it's going to grow plants. And then you're going to say, I don't understand. The guy on TV in the movie doesn't have any weeds on his plants, but I got weeds everywhere. And then they come back and they ask, I don't get it. I put down a bunch of wood chips, nothing grew. Well, I understand how hard it is to grasp the concept that we want soil. And if you put 36 inches of wood chips down on your ground, in a year, it'll be 18 inches. Most of that will be soil. Wait another year, it'll be 9 inches. Again, most of that will be soil. If you've waited that long, there's not one stitch of those wood chips that won't grow anything you put on it. Really. So now why all the talk about all of this? Because I'm going to tell you why all the talk about these deep beds. Everybody doesn't need a deep bed. But what everybody does need is a lot of carbon mass, a lot of soil biomass, because that's what the biology eats. And the more plants that you grow, the more biomass you have access to. New growers grow a lot of plants that grow sick, right? So these are the best people to start making compost. We put some seeds in the ground, they popped up, they died. Collect them, compost them. That becomes your first set of soil organic matter to build compost with. The next thing I hear is, well, I can't turn a compost pile. So don't turn it. Who says you have to turn it? I make compost all the time. Don't turn it. You know why I make compost? Because compost is the fastest way to get a collection of worms, fungi, bacteria, protozoa, nematodes, all of the best, finest, most efficient players in the soil will go to your compost first. Then they're going to break down all that woody matter. They're going to break down last year's tomatoes. They're going to break down whatever you threw in it, your vines, some of your grasses, and they're going to turn it into the most delicious plant elixir that you can ever imagine. The following year, maybe your first year, all you had was wood chips on the ground. If you took your plants from first year and turned them into compost, it doesn't even take a year to make compost. That's the funny thing. You get enough of your plants together, inside of 6 months, even a child can make compost. When you get good at it, you can make compost in 2 months very easily. That's about what my standard is, 1 to 2 months, and my compost ready to go in the garden. It's a journey, folks. And basically, what I'm talking about is the back to Eden method is an answer to a large problem. And that large problem is that uncovered soils spoil themselves. Covered soils are regenerative to themselves. But that regeneration needs our help.
Uh-oh, what happened? Can anybody hear us? Uh-oh, I think everything just froze. Uh-oh, what happened? Can anybody hear us? Are you back? Are you back?
There we go, I'm back. Okay.
That's
Alright.
bizarre. I wonder what happened.
I turned gray and I realized how old I was and figured, let me go back in time and get connected again.
You're a baby.
You're a baby. Anyway, as I was saying, if we follow the principles, back to Eden method, we apply the same way that Mother Nature does, that's going to take us a long way. But if we happen to be in a region or an area of the country that may not have quality earth or quality native soils, parts of the country that might have the devil's grass, parts of the country that might have, well, too many hardwoody weeds that we just can't yank out of that hard pan. Thanks, Justin. You know that that's true. These are the types of growers that tend to need a little bit more soil cover. Everyone anywhere can do better with greater soil biomass on top. Everyone can. I mean, I know this because my soil's deep because I had the opportunity to use a lot of wood chips. And as a result of that, I was able to sort of dumb luck my way into a really good situation. If I didn't have access to all of the extra wood chips to lay down, I wouldn't have been able to realize some of these things. A lot of other gardening methods out there, you've got the Soil Food Web, you've got K&F, these other gardening methods, they're all basically trying to do the same thing. They're trying to achieve high soil biomass above the dirt. They're trying to get to a place where the soil is a harbor of life, a collection of life. And that collection of life is what takes care of the plants. It's not the 10-10-10. It's not the liquid nitrogen that you can buy in a jar. It's none of those things. And honestly, I know it took me a long time to come to terms with that. To come to terms with the fact that the plants feed more than one way. While the plants can wait for soluble nutrients to come in contact with their root zones, they can do a better job of utilizing other systems at their disposal. The system that I'm poorly describing is called the rhizophagy system. It's something that was discovered sometime around 2010, if I'm not mistaken, by a pair of Australian scientists or researchers. And they realized that the rhizophagy cycle, I should say, is a cycle that's promoted within all plants and trees, all of them, where all plants and trees are going to essentially farm soil biology and then extract nutrients from the soil biology that they were able to bring into themselves. Nowhere does that say we're going to throw a bunch of fertilizer on the ground, even manure on the ground, and then the plants are going to just grow up to the top of the soil and start sipping from the manure. That's not it. They take the biology into them, and then they take the nutrients from the biology, and then they jettison or eject the biology back into the soil. That biology then goes on to take more of the nutrients that they initially take on, and they come right back into those root hairs again, into the root tips and root hairs. They go right back into the system where they're cycled through this over and over and over and over again. We're talking about an improvement in plant growth that's upwards of 30 to 50%. We're not talking about a small amount, and we're only talking about one of the three primary ways that plants eat. One of the other ways that plants eat is through relationships with soil root fungi.
Everybody knows what fungi is. They know that you can have these little mushrooms pop up. The type of fungi I'm talking about doesn't make mushrooms. It lives primarily down there attached to the roots of your plants and your grasses, and its sole responsibility is to live off of the sugars your plant makes and then go out to places that the plant roots can't get to easily and place an order for the nutrients that the plant wants. And
Place
then
an
it
order.
carries those nutrients back to the plant. This is part of the integrated systems that Mother Nature and our Heavenly Father has put into play to guarantee that the plants have more than one method of feeding. Now, so far we've talked about three. Plants also absorb nutrients from the leaves and parts of the stems. If the nutrients are there, if the biology is there, if these things are in a healthy environment where it isn't poison or a toxicity on the leaf, then you're going to
Yes,
have
right.
plants that are going to feed really, really easily. They're going to feed really well.
It's
And
good.
we've learned how this stuff works because some of our quantitative science is actually beneficial to do. And there are some really cool tools out there that help us to understand this gibberish that I'm blabbering about. Because when you boil it all the way down to its essence, I'm talking about sugar, folks. It's that simple. Plants make sugar at very low cost. Green leaves make lots of sugar. Okay? And in a healthy environment, in a healthy soil set, plants are going to share 20 to 25% of their daily allocation of sugar with the soil microbes at their feet every day, every single day of the year that they grow. It's a wonderful two-way system where the plants are utilizing photosynthesis and the sun from the energy to create these carbohydrates within their cells. And they know they can't pick up and just walk away. They know they can't call Domino's and order a pizza. They know they can't, swim away and go get a Big Mac. No, everything they do has to be cultured right in their growing zone. So their response to this is to manufacture these sugars and put them in the soils. Now, if there's no biology, there's no response. Okay? So when we first lay wood chips down, there really isn't going to be a huge collective biological response because they're just wood chips. And those wood chips haven't had time to age. They haven't had time to come in contact with the dirt or the compost or the soil. As they come in contact with the dirt, the compost, and the soil, they start to lose their resistance to germination. They lose it. When it's standing timber, they don't want plants growing on them. When the trees are pushing branches out, they don't want insects feeding on them. When they're pushing leaves out, they don't want insects piercing those leaves because it's really akin to poking a hole in a straw and then expecting to still be able to pull fluid through it. So what plants like to do, what trees like to do, is they like to make enough sugar to keep in their leaves, to keep in their fruit, to keep in their stems, and to also share with the microbiome at their feet. When plants can hold sufficient sugars and manufacture sufficient sugars, the insects don't eat the plants. You see, here's the thing about sugar. Sugar is an antagonistic molecule. It's a wonderful molecule if you're a yeast, because yeast love sugar. It's a wonderful molecule if you're bacteria, because bacteria love sugar. It's not such a wonderful molecule for
Hey
insects like
Jeff,
aphids. Hey,
I'm sorry, but your sound, I think is kind of going back and forth.
the sound
So
is?
maybe if you come a little bit closer to your phone or your mic, it might help.
I misplaced my microphone. I
It's all
think I
right.
lost it in the garden. Anyway,
Yeah,
I'm
because
gonna
it
I'm gonna
stopped.
I'm
It's
just
kind of
gonna
stopped.
I'll try and finish the presentation on the sugar and how it relates to everybody. And then if anyone wants to ask questions about how to know whether or not your plants have sugar in them, I can answer that. So what I'm suggesting to y'all is if you've had your tomatoes out there in the garden and they're getting eaten up by aphids, they're not sweet enough. Okay? The plants are not manufacturing enough sugar, they're not holding enough sugar in them, and they're not delivering enough sugar into the soils. Most of the time, this is because of a couple of the kinks in the system we're just talking about. Number one, there isn't enough soil biology to respond to the call when the plant drops the sugar. Number two, the bed itself may simply be too young and the cycling of nutrients can't happen yet. It could also be due to drought, not enough moisture. It can also be simply because the plant itself didn't get out of the gate fast enough and it's growing scraggly. There's not enough sunlight and it's just not going to do well enough to ever have enough sugar to prevent itself from having its leaves chewed. So we have some devices that we can use to, does it still sound crazy, y'all?
I guess mine's coming on twice. And yours is kind of intermittent.
Hey, Justin, can you chime in? Are you hearing an echo? We can hear you, but Creedmoor frozen. No, that was back before that.
I think if you got a little bit closer.
Yes, it's going up and down. All right, let me bring it even closer.
Yeah.
Turn it up a little bit, I guess.
I don't know why when you're with us, we get an echo. I don't get it.
Yeah, that's not good. I am in sort of a large room.
I think you're okay as long as you can get close. I'm going to have to be quiet.
What I really wanted to do was, I wanted to do this in the gardens.
Oh, wow.
You know, because if I could have done it in the gardens, let's see if this helps, where I get a little bit of a wall behind me. How's that? Is that any better, or?
It's just your soft.
It was fine at first.
It's really quiet. And if somebody has hearing problems, it can be an issue.
Carol's echoing for yours. I think your up and down is when you roll back. Nothing like technical difficulties. No better.
Now I can't hear you at all.
Let me try and. That was good before it froze.
Huh. He went off and is getting back on again. Tell us if it's.
How's that?
Oh, man, that's different. What did you
Okay.
do?
I actually just went out and came back in again. I think it
Wow.
might had something to do with the buffers and the cache, probably
How about-
overloading.
Is the echo still there, you guys? Oh,
Use
they
your
thought
right one, your left one.
I was echoing through you.
So I'll use your left one. Let's see if this works. How about that?
It's way better. I don't know what happened, but it's way better. I don't think I'm echoing it either anymore.
It says pairing, but I don't know if it did.
Huh.
But y'all can hear me now in any event?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Okay.
Kelly said that it didn't start echoing until after Creedmoor froze.
There we go. No echo for me. Perfect.
Yeah, I think it's good.
Excellent. I'm kind of relying on those two down there. They got a good feel for it. Okay, everything is good now. Good deal.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to get really good at being interrupted and then coming back to things. I've got plants. Okay. Thought maybe I might bring some things to show and tell. Okay.
Cool.
But there's a reason for this. Okay. Y'all see this?
Is that Swiss chard?
It is. I brought a couple of them, but I brought them for a reason. The reason I brought these is because insects aren't eating them. I have insects. Okay. To be clear, I am from North Carolina. Every insect on the planet swirls
I feel
around my
so
garden.
bad for you guys in the East. Every time I hear about anything over there, it's like there's chiggers and there's ticks and there's. I'm
It,
thinking, oh, we're so
it's
spoiled
okay.
here.
It's
I
okay.
know
It really is
you
okay.
guys
Because
learn. You guys, I'm so proud of you. You deal with them well.
I thought you guys had insects when I started on this journey. Okay. Just to give
Well,
you an
we do
idea how
sometimes.
absurd my mind
We do
is.
sometimes, but not very
I
often.
thought you guys had a lot of insects. I thought they were everywhere. I thought, well, if Paul managed to deal with the insects, I can deal with the insects.
It's a good
Maybe,
thing you didn't
right?
know.
Like maybe it'll take me a few years, but I'll figure out how to do it. And honestly, that's what
You
happened.
did. Yeah.
That's what happened. I figured out how to do it. So I
Awesome.
wanted to bring all of this stuff. Okay. Hopefully, y'all can see I have a tomato hat. This is tomato hat. Okay.
Tomato
Again,
hat.
yeah, no insects, none. Okay. Just lush green plants like what you would see on the side of a river in a forest. It doesn't matter how much canopy is there, everything is green. And I really needed to say that because, yes, the sun makes things green, but the relationships that the plants share with the ground also make them green.
Yep.
And when we get our soils packed with energy
Minerals.
from our constant cycling and our additions of compost and wood chips, or compost and soil biomass, or compost and I don't ever want to get away from compost because I really want to impress upon everybody that even if you can't make it yourself, someone you know can or should. And the compost really needs to be made from your own plants because I, you see, I know what's in this tomato, so I don't have a problem wearing it as a hat or composting with it. Actually, the spot I'm sitting in the dining room smells really good because of these plants. I also brought cilantro, and
Cilantro.
yeah, and so we've got some cilantro and
Here, Beth, you
rosy.
could say it better than that. Cilantro. You sound like too much of a white boy.
Well, I brought oregano also, and the reason why I wanted to bring all these things is because they're all growing healthy with no insect predation, but there's insects everywhere. And the reason why these are growing healthy like this with no insect predation is because they're really sweet. There's a lot of sugar in them. All right. And they're really potent. This is a really powerful smelling pile of plants. Um, but they're not sweet by accident. They're sweet because every fall I put the composted media from my garden, my own grows, back on top of the garden.
Feed
Okay.
the soil.
I got to regenerate it. I took from it all spring and all summer long. I have to give back. My commitment to the garden, my commitment to the Garden of Eden, my commitment to all of you is to find out exactly what makes this system work the best. And what we've discovered so far, thankfully, with the grace of man upstairs and through Paul, his vision, has helped us to see that all we have to do, keep adding, no subtracting, no toiling, no We don't really need to toil. If we want to, we can. There's plenty of opportunity to toil. There's plenty of opportunity to say, I'll skip compost this year. Okay. And I'll do it next year. And most of the time, your garden's going to be forgiving. It'll be very forgiving. I know better than anyone that really you can almost do anything in these gardens, and you will be forgiven. You will find a way through. We let the Bermuda grass in. Well, I got the Bermuda grass out. You know, we let the catmint in. I said it. We got the catmint out. We learned by being experienced in the garden that growing plants raises the energy in the garden. And when I put the problem, its little head down, a little bean says, hey, whatever's going on in my feet, I don't appreciate. It's sending a signal to the gardener to put another seed in the ground. And that in itself is enough to inspire more soil plant root associations, because every seed isn't going to struggle. Every seed from the same plant family isn't going to struggle in the same place at the same time. I mean, put 100 seeds down in your most infertile zone, somebody's going to grow. Take Paul's advice and put 4 inches of compost down and 4 inches of chips. Let a seed fall onto that. Just one, something's going to grow. You pull back on the reins and you let the landscapers turn all the grass seeds through the lawnmower chute onto the top of the gardens, and you're going to have a really tough time to keep that clean. So the burden and the onus is on us to make sure that we know everything that goes into the garden, including the grasses, the waters. I talk about water purity all the time. I talk about how important it is to have a really good water. But really, what's super important is the seeds. The seeds cannot be sterile and do what I'm telling you they'll do. They cannot be sterilized and grow like they do in Paul's garden. They won't. They cannot be. The seed carries the soil biology when it's grown in a holistic way. The biology soaks into the seed, it moves into the little fibers, into the cavities on the seed, into the capsid that surrounds it, and they inhabit this zone. And the funny thing is they can inhabit this zone on the seed for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And they can just sit there hanging out doing nothing. And then one day Johnny walks along, grabs a seed, flicks it over his shoulder, and we got a whole new tomato plant. Okay. The energy is from the life. And when we sterilize a seed and then we put it in the ground, we are going to take ownership over all of whatever the seed needs to go from seed to plant. So when we do things like that, we end up with a weaker version of the plant.
Okay.
We end up with a plant that won't be so sweet. It'll make fruit. The fruit's not so sweet. It won't hold as much water. It can't hold as much water if it's got holes in the leaves, because the insects are poking holes in the leaves. And what we know about that is insects love plants that don't have a lot of sugar in them, because a little sugar is great, but a lot of sugar is toxic. And y'all have many of y'all, maybe some of y'all in attendance. Well, there's 13. I wish I could speak to some of the folks that have been to your place, Paul, because nobody would be able to pay better tribute to the sweetness of your plants than someone who has been to your place. The fruit is sweeter. I know it's sweeter. I know it is. I know the fruit is sweeter. I know the vegetables taste better. I know there's more nutritious in them, because I'm growing in a garden that's 25% the age. You know what I mean? It's a quarter of the age of Paul's, and the food is phenomenal. So if my food is growing in soil that's a quarter of the age of Paul's, I'm like, this is like really great. You know what I mean? I'm like, this is great, because in another 20 years, it's going to be even stronger, and it's going to be even easier, and more plants will grow. Every year we find new plants that will grow. Every year we find that the old plants that we were growing, and this is where I'm going to start to make sense for y'all. The plants that we were growing are producing more sugar than they were in the season before. Why? Plant root associations that occur in the soils, when we stop moving our plants all over the place, when we continue to grow our plants in the same soils and the same locales as it was last year, those plants are essentially stepping into root associations that are pre-existing. The mycorrhizal rhizomes, the root fungi that were there in the last season, if you don't rip all your plants out, you don't rip all the roots out, those rhizomes are still there attached to those roots because there's still energy there. There's still sugar. There's still things for them to do. We don't cut the cycle off until we yank the plants out, root and all, and throw them in the trash. We want to leave those roots in ground, especially if your garden is young, because your garden is really, really thirsty for sugar. It's thirsty for these carbohydrates. It's thirsty for what they call root exudates that the plants deposit into the soils. The beautiful thing about the soil organic matter is when we have a lot of soil mass, it sucks these nutrients into them and it holds on to them like it's got a death grip and it doesn't let go until a plant asks for it. When we do the same thing over the top of dirt, dirt lets it go pretty easily. It has no problem letting these things wash out. You get a heavy rain, it's gone. You start all over again. The second you start covering to heal your soil, keeping it in place, you're going to bring the fungi to the table. They're going to band together. They're going to bind and cause glues to form one single mass of soil over the top of your native earth. And then the soil biology beneath that's going to take advantage of the new climate conditions. It's going to be cooler under there when it's hot, warmer under there when it's cold. Everything that will happen under there will happen in such a way that it benefits the roots of your plants. And all because we decided it was a good idea to put some cover, because we knew it was a good idea to pay attention to our natural surroundings, because we were fortunate enough to have Paul to point these things that should have been obvious to a good many of us a long time ago, but weren't. I mean, I could apologize for being so lame in my first go round because all of the writing was there on the wall. The plants were already showing us what they wanted. They were already telling us from the side of the road as we drove by in our fast cars, nobody's feeding me, but I look green. So you think about it, you're going to get out there in your first year garden, you're going to put things down. You just basically cast off this message to the entire universe that you're going to grow plants there now. You're going to start concentrating fertility. And if there's anything in that region that was really hungry for that fertility, they're going to come running. So I saw a note from Carl Edward. It's about the fighting the Bermuda grass, one piece at a time. You will win, Carl. I can promise you that. My gardens are in the middle of a sea of Bermuda grass. And one of the things that's been so instrumental in keeping that devil's grass out is lots of soil organic matter. The soil organic matter is highly encouraging to fungus. And fungus doesn't like Bermuda grass. There, I said it. So if you can get enough carbon matter on the ground, by the time it's done with stage 1 decomposition, where the bacteria is having a field day, it'll switch to stage 2 decomposition, where the fungi starts to really get integrated into things. And once it starts getting integrated into your soils, amazing things are going to happen. And it would have been so much easier if I could have shown you all this stuff outside in the garden, because then you could look and say, well, hey, I've seen Paul's garden. He's a million light years ahead of me. But this guy, Creedmoor, he's only 13 years ahead of me. I can catch up to him. And you can. Every one of you can. I promise you that. I'm not just saying it because I'm passionate about this method. I'm saying it because I literally fell into this. It wasn't a coordinated attack on my part. We went out, had a hard time gardening, and I asked my wife, please find a better way. She found Paul. I can thank her for finding Paul. Everybody's got their story, but she doesn't find Paul. I'm still struggling today. See all this stuff? My wife doesn't find Paul. I can't hide behind the sea of green because everything was eating my plants. You name a bug, it was eating my plants. Before Paul, you should have seen my plants. They were sickly. The tomatoes grew spindly. We'd be lucky if we could get cherry tomatoes to grow. Forget anything big. The soil didn't have the energy to grow anything big. If it was a crop that needed more than like 3 weeks to grow, it wasn't happening. It wasn't happening because there was no cover on the earth or the dirt, and the dirt would dry out. And I'd grow tired of pumping my well water onto it. It would dry out. And then, of course, the insects would come and deal with the plants. When your plants aren't healthy, they're going to give off signals to the local insects to come get them and chew them to pieces. That's part of the process. So it took me a lot of time to come to terms with that fact that I was growing plants poorly. My plants were then calling out to the insects who were coming. Squash bugs? Y'all, come on. I grew the saddest looking squash plants, and every squash bug in my county came. They came with a fork and they came with a knife, and they had their way at it. They knew I was doing a really horrible job growing plants, so they took up shop and they started putting their children in my soil. Somebody is probably out there experiencing the same thing. What did I do about that? At the time, I didn't know what to do, so I just stopped growing squash. I went online and I searched, and everybody said, crop rotate. Now I laugh when I hear crop rotate because y'all know how, they're like J Bug, y'all know how I feel about crop rotation. My crops rotated one time daily. When the world spins, my crops are rotated. That's it. I'm not moving them around. You're not going to move a plant 100 feet to the left and expect to hide from a squash bug. It's not going to happen. I'll tell you what you can do. Put compost on your soil in the fall. Allow the rain and the snow to work it in and the soil biology to come after it. And the following year, plant more squash and see if your plants do better. They will. They will. As you continue along the journey, the regenerative journey, to continue to put these good things back onto your soil, what's going to happen is your soil is going to get more forgiving. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it, folks, is every year my soil got more and more and more forgiving. The year before, I might have made a mistake, but the next year was no longer a mistake. And I'll admit I did stop growing squash, but I started growing squash again not long ago, and they do fine. Squash bugs don't have anything to do with them. The ants, I could say the word, and I know a lot of folks are going to be like, hey, the ants are killing me in my garden. We don't kill ants anymore. You know why we don't kill ants anymore? Because ants eat pathogenic fungi. Ants consume pathology that destroys your plants. Ants are actually good stewards. What they are is terrible friends to mankind. Yeah, it's a good idea to keep a distance. It's a better idea to give them safe passage and make sure that your cover remains viable. Because when your cover isn't viable, the ants really, they can operate with relative impunity. They can do whatever they want. If your cover's not viable, that means soil gas exchange is breaking down. That means that your plants are not able to sip the elixir like I described before. It means the soil biology is suffering. It means the plants are losing sugar and the insects are being attracted. So, on that note, I really don't want to beat a dead horse too hard. A lot of people are probably still coming to terms with just how to get out of the gate on week one with their new garden. What I want to do is I want to reach out to all of y'all and just I want to give you my own personal testament. It may not go so well in the beginning, and you're going to want to reach for fertilizers. You can do that. You're not gonna shoot yourself in the foot by too much because a little bit of fertilizer is not a big deal. It's good if there is something there. It's better if you know that it's organic. For the people out there that they can't make compost, there's plenty of suitable options out there to use instead of compost. My recommendation would be find something that's OMRI certified, something that's been scrutinized for its organic content, and something that's biologically enhanced. Okay? I can recommend products. The products that I started out with were made by the Espoma Organics company, and they have a product line called their Tone line, and their Tone line is fortified with biology. And I'd rather have the biology from my own yard, my own farm, my own pastures, but everybody doesn't have 10 acres of land. Everybody doesn't have easy access to soil. They can't just turn over a new leaf and grab some new soil biology. So if that's the case, well, I guess the soil scientists over there at Espoma and Fox Farms as well. Fox Farms is another really high quality product. Dr. Gold's is another high quality product. And the reason why I want to make mention of I'm not trying to sell fertilizer, folks. I don't use the stuff anymore. I did in the first 7 years. Now we don't. It's not necessary. But the reason why I'm pointing out these companies is because these companies spend a lot of money on soil scientists who go out there and talk to nerds like me. They do the work themselves. They say, hey, what biology assists you in your everyday work? Because they need to know too. And then some of us who've been using certain strains of biology in our gardens for years can say, hey, this is what I use. They then will look into it and they'll say, hey, well, maybe we'll put it into our mix and start adding it as an option in our fertilizers. It's very simple. It's very grassroots, folks. It's not as technical based as you might think it is. Um, what can cause problems is when we start bringing in biology from other areas, and then that biology destabilizes that which is already in our areas. And I'm going to touch on that in a sensible way. If your land was tilled and turned over, there's no biology. Okay? If your land is a farm that was farmed under less than organic stewardship, you got bacteria, and that's about it. I'm talking about a whole host of soil functional biology that is there because God put it there, because he felt it was necessary, and because it works. When we come back to Eden, we have to say, hey, I'm going to take that life and I'm going to use that life. And the life is going to fortify the needs of my garden. And when we do that, it reduces the cost of everything that we do. I know it's hard to believe. Some of you are probably saying there's no way. It's not possible. You can't just put compost on your garden and not need anything. Corn, right? Y'all have grown corn. Who in the room is 17 growers? Somebody grew corn. And somebody remembers a day when we used to put 18, 18, 18 on the ground to get corn to grow. Yeah, that's powerful stuff. You know what I do now? Compost. Corn grows like mad. Rhizobia bacteria. Okay, that's a legume inoculant. It also functions for corn to help corn sequester nitrogen from the atmosphere, and it's taken into the bacteria, and then it's packed into little nodes at the roots. And then the corn can utilize this to grow and to make foliage and to do whatever it needs to do. So this growing happens independently of fertilizer. We didn't have to put fertilizer down. I didn't have to put any fertilizer down to get last year's corn crop to grow. It grew just fine. Here we are in whatever April, we're at the end of April, and I'm still eating corn from last year. So I took it on faith. I really did initially. And then the path started showing me you need less and less fertilizer, Creedmoor. It's not necessary to pump so much fertilizer into the ground. Everything's doing fine. And it did take a few years of me recognizing that a tomato seed would fall on the coarse wood chips, just like everybody out there says, stuff won't grow in coarse wood chips. Well, it does here. Sorry, folks, I hate to burst your bubbles, but if you still believe that things won't grow in coarse, lifeless wood chips, you've never seen my potatoes before. You've never seen my sweet potatoes before. And every year I get tomato volunteers that grow in the top 4 inches of wood chip cover that I put down, and they don't seem to care one iota. They're very well fortified. So stick with the system, stick with the principles, and based on the principles in the fall, we're going to put something down to make up for what we used in the spring and the summer. And if you happen to have some wood chips, put them down. If you happen to have some compost, put that down. If you have nothing, make some. If you can't make a big pile, make a small pile. You don't need a big pile. That's the truth. You really don't. And if you made it this far, and I haven't convinced you that you can make your own inputs from your garden, I challenge you to prove me wrong. You won't. Right now, every year I make 65 gallons of liquid fertilizer with the plants that I grow in the spring. This particular fertilizer is so rich because it's from the plants that I grew. And it's not a technical process. I have a 65-gallon drum that I put plant waste into, and then once it's halfway full of plant waste, I fill it up with water. 6 months later, I have some pretty harsh smelling stuff, but the plants love it. And I can utilize that to put over the top of a wood chip bed that is young. It might be a week old because I collected plants from when I was conventional growing. Makes no difference. Folks, once it breaks down in that liquid solution, the microbes, they chew it all up. They don't care what it is. They don't care if it's diseased. They don't care if there's toxins on it. I mean, there's always going to be some toxins on what we compost. Always. There's just no way. PFAS rains down on top of us. Nitrogen rains down on top of us. All of these things are falling down on top of our gardens, and it's up to us to clean it up. And I'm going to champion cleaning up the mess that's at my place. And if all of y'all champion cleaning up the mess that's at your place, eventually we'll have enough clean places to put our kids in them. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not. We're in quite a quandary now. And I mean, really, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that there are some pitfalls to composting. There definitely are, but the pitfalls belong to us, and they're not going to go away until we do something about it. And I know that we spent a bunch of time. I don't see Joe out there. If Joe was here, we could talk about bioremediation. For those of you that are just coming to us maybe a little bit late, there's 19 in the room. We have talked quite a bit about bioremediation. And what I want to mention about bioremediation right now and how it pertains to composting is, if I'm going to bioremediate a zone because it's got something like petroleum in it, I'm not going to use the plants that bioremediated that zone to make compost to go in my garden. I hope that makes sense. I'm going to use those plants to bioremediate, and then that compost is going to go away. Maybe it'll go to another spot on my garden. Plants that I'm growing to eat. We want the organic matter that we can get. Different. I get the impression that Paul Gautschi their soil as I in the Midwest, that they benefit from having a lot of cover, but because it doesn't rain so much, their cover lasts a long time. And then when the winds blow, their cover blows away. So, all of this stuff. I'm freezing up. Okay, I'll slow down or stop. Um, why don't y'all instead ask some questions? It's really not a whole lot that I'm talking about that Paul doesn't know about already. Buffering. Unless you really mean buffing, J-Buck. Or are we buffing right now? You out there, Carol?
No, Carol's not here. She's in the other room.
All right, then I won't. Well, that was really clear, Paul. We still buffing, J-Buck? Okay, cool. Awesome.
He's just asking you where you were.
I wasn't sure if she was close enough if I had to jump out.
No.
Nice. Okay, good. When you backfill your plant holes and some chips fall in, will that steal nitrogen? Well, I mean, I can sort of hit that pretty easily for you, Joe Schaefer. What nitrogen would be stolen? Just for a second, think about that. Wood chips, when they're fresh, they bear a carbon to nitrogen ratio of 300 to 1. So it's 300 parts carbon to 1 part nitrogen. A wood chip that is 6 months old has been reduced somewhat significantly, probably to the range of 150 to 200 parts carbon, again, still to 1 part nitrogen. After a period of 9 months is when it starts to come together and drop below 100 parts carbon. At that point, anything will grow in it. So time is the solution to the nitrogen issue, and carbon is the solution to the toxicity issue. This is big stuff here, folks. I hope even like one of you hears this. Time is the solution to the nitrogen issue, and carbon is the solution to the toxin issue. We're going to add carbon to act as cover and habitat and as the main fuel for life. Okay, the main fuel for life, carbon. We're all carbon based. So as time passes, the ratio of carbon and nitrogen comes closer to 30 to 1. Once it reaches about 30 to 1, anything will grow. My point is that, you see, wood chips don't have to steal nitrogen to be reduced. They just have to sit there, get wet, let bacteria get in it, push in, push out. Have a plant with a root that grows through a wood chip. Do this long enough and you'll see that. They do this. They literally do this. Plant roots will grow right through it. And they don't care about nitrogen theft because there isn't any there unless you put it there. And if you did put it there, what's going to end up happening is wood chips are going to reach a point of saturation. They're hydrophilic. They take water into themselves like a sponge. Once they reach that point of saturation, they can't take anything else into them. It's physically impossible to draw anything more into them once they're full. From that point forward, if they've taken anything like a water-soluble nitrogen, which most of them are, they're also taking soil biology into them, and the soil biology is responsible for cycling it to plants. So in the Back to Eden method, where you have soil biology and you have nitrogen source within your wood chips, that's a marriage made in heaven. That was good, right? It is. It's a marriage. It's a marriage made in heaven. Hey, there's Anderson from Prairie View, my man. So no, I do not feel that the wood chips are going to steal nitrogen from that little bit of soil that you might have in the soil pockets. The only time you're going to see a theft of nitrogen is if you bury the wood chips into the dirt or the soil itself. If it happens to be wood chip that enters the soil profile of, say, your compost that you yourself lay down over the top of paper, cardboard, and native earth, there's not going to be a major sequestration of nitrogen. There's going to be no nitrogen theft in that way. It just doesn't work that way. What's going to end up happening is everything sits there in that primordial ooze, that mix. Everything is going to be paid to your plants as energy, as some form of energy factor. If you decide you want to till it and till all the chips into the ground, all bets are off. Really, don't come back here saying, hey, it didn't work because I tilled the wood chips into the ground. We don't do that. It doesn't work well that way. And in that case, it will steal whatever nitrogen is surrounding the dirt because the dirt has no way to hold it. For those of you that are unaware, it's bacteria and fungi that make glue. They make these glues, and then they bind the soil particles together. And if the soil particles are bound together tightly and well, the water has to sit before it runs out. So if the water has to hang out for a little while before it runs out, it doesn't take the water-soluble nutrients with it either. It hangs out. We want it to hang out. That's the idea of doing the Back to Eden method. Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joseph. Definitely don't till them in. It's not necessary. If a few fall into your soil pockets, it's not going to be a problem. It really isn't. The basis and the principles are in place to support the plant life. You make that soil pocket with some nice compost or some, living soil, and that's going to support your plants really, really well. If one or two chips fall in, it's not going to be enough to change anything. And then before you know it, that rhizophagy cycle is going to go where those roots are dipping into the ground, and they don't care where they're taking the bacteria from. This is the part that blew my mind is the root hairs, the root tips, they don't care where the bacteria comes from. It's of no consequence to them. It could come from mycology. It could come from really because the bacteria will travel on the mycology. It can come from hanging out in a wood chip. It makes no difference. It really makes no difference. So whenever you have a problem with this, look into the woods, look into the forests, and look down into their understory and see how beautiful it is. And nobody's putting fertilizer there. It's the soil biology, it's the bacteria, it's the fungi, it's nematodes, protists, all those guys working together in a either symbiotic or mutualistic way. Everybody wants something, they don't work for free. So to answer that question, why does the bacteria do it? The bacteria wants the sugar. Why does the fungi do it? Fungi wants the sugar. Why does the insect do it? It wants less sugar. It's all about the sugar, folks. It really is, believe it or not. Sugar is highly, highly influential when it comes to growing healthy plants. And you know who else is after the sugar? Me, Paul, Carol, J Buck. Fast is definitely after the sugar. Anderson, yeah, that's Buddy Anderson. He loves the sugar too. We all love the sugar. Everybody loves the sugar. We want it in a high concentration though. Okay. What does the science say about that? The science says that if the sugar level is below 12%, the insects are coming. Right, Fast? I see that. That's what the science says. The science says that if there's a lot of sugar, 12, 15, 18, 20% sugar that's captured in the leaf and the stem, The science tells us that plants that have that much sugar in the leaf and the stem have a sufficient amount, more than enough sugar at their disposal to drop into the soil through the root exudates to encourage all of the soil microflora to jump in and make them green. So, yeah, you can ignore the science. You most certainly can ignore the science. You can ignore tools like this too. Y'all see this little tool right here? This is called a Brix refractometer. And it's for BTE nerds like myself. And what I do is, it's really super simple. I take the leaves on my tomato plant, I bunch them up like this, and then I put them in a garlic press, this much, in a garlic press. And then I squeeze the plant juice out of these leaves. There's some stem in here too. And I put it right here on that little, where's my camera? Right there. I put it right there. The little juice goes right on that little slide. I cover it with this. I look through that little viewfinder right there. Y'all can just about see it. And it tells me how much sugar is in the leaf. So I gotta say, at some level, we don't really need the science, but I don't know that the insects don't chew on my plants without verifying. Like, there's none here. I can take this and test it, and I know it's 12 bricks. No insects. I can go to a neighbor's garden, and I can test theirs, and I see that it's 6 bricks, and he's putting insecticide all over the place. Make sense now? And you can see one right there because we had some bricks. 16 insects don't want anything to do with it. Do you have to test it? No. Someone asked something really cool. So add the compost to get the sugar. Absolutely. Absolutely. The sugar, the exudates are going to be in the compost because the plant parts are in the compost. So the sugars are in the plant parts that you put in the compost. The biology is super receptive to this. The worms, they love it. They eat it up. They break that stuff down. It's you know you had a really good source of plant media when you can't get through a half inch of your compost without finding 1,000 worms. To be perfectly honest with you, that's kind of why I was hoping that I could have conducted some of this out in the garden, because we're always working on compost. And I'm so familiar with the process that seeing is believing. And sometimes seeing someone else's compost can be really, really empowering, because then you can say, I've seen things like that. I feel like I'm heading in the right direction. This guy's talking about something that I can do. I can pile up leaves and grasses. I can create fall. I can essentially create biomimicry where I'm just doing what Mother Nature does, but I'm doing it in a consolidated area. And doing so is so healthy for your plants. It's so healthy for you. You know, it changes the flavor of your plants. It changes how quickly they grow. Let's see, what folks are starting to finally ask questions, and that's what we're really all about, folks. I don't want to just, you know, chat and chat and chat. We've got 20 people here. I know y'all have questions. I would love to answer some. I know that we might be able to get Paul involved if I could keep him awake with some good questions, because I can promise you, I did not get where I am without listening to the man next to me. I didn't. I mean, I was listening to him for years before I even uh, had the pleasure of meeting him, and I can't tell you how grateful that I am to meet my mentor, to meet someone who is so important to me, who's been so instrumental in my life and helping to straighten me out, helping me to find a better spiritual path and a better understanding about nature. You can't lose, really. You follow that guy, there's no way you can't lose. And I know he's humble. He's humble. He doesn't take thanks well. I get it. He's a great man. That's what happens. And I'm still learning from him. So, let's switch back to you guys. Let's put some attention onto the listeners and the viewers because I really don't want to spend all of your time. I think I've been talking long enough, and you guys should have the stage. So I can go back to how far do we go back? J Buck, you want any of that? Heal the soil from grazon contamination. Okay, I can touch on that a little bit. The solution is dilution, more soil biomass. Okay, switching from whatever the grazon is to something that doesn't have grazon, effecting a proper composting system is going to afford you more soil biomass to put over the top of that, and that carbon mass in the soil biomass is going to dilute the grazon. The biology that comes to that interface where you have a layer of grazon below and a layer of new living soil above, the biology is going to get down into that grazon and it's going to do its darndest to break it down. There are some forces out there that are stronger when we use a lot of biology than they would be if we say we used one specific type of fungi as a remediation. Synergy is what happens when we put a whole bunch of good things together and they work together, and that's what we want. So, the best way to get through grazon is to stop applying any of the media that has grazon in it immediately and build over the top of it. If you can't afford to remove it, build over the top of it, build over it deeply. And what'll end up happening is just like in my gardens, many of you have seen them, that the soil profile is very deep. It's in some areas it's 24 inches deep. And I'm over the top of grazon. I'm over the top of parquat. I'm over the top of nicotinamides. I'm over the top of glyphosate. And I don't have any choice because that is what I own. The land has that. And to this day, knock wood, we're not experiencing any ill effects from those chemistries because we decided to go ahead and continue to build and replenish the soil biomass over the top of those toxic earths. And eventually, we know this. Eventually, the soil biology wins. It does. So, for those of you out there that might be dealing with something like that, assess your situation. If you put down a layer of horse manure and it's full of grazon and you feel like you can just use a payloader to move it off, a bobcat or a skid steer to move it off, that's not a bad idea. Don't till it in. Tilling it in is going to put it into the dirt profile, which is going to mean it's going to be there for generations and generations. What I like to do is I like to look forward 7 generations. If I'm going to do something that's going to impact my kin for the next 7 generations, I want it to be positive, not negative. So, solution is dilution. Keep adding carbon, keep adding wood chips, keep adding compost, keep giving the biology a place to live, and keep dropping seeds. Excuse me. So Abby White has a question about thoughts on using crushed up seashells as a fertilizer if you live near the ocean. I do not live near the ocean. Paul, are you closer to the ocean than I am?
Yes,
This is definitely a good one for you.
but
I don't have shells.
to go out and collect seashells is a lot of labor, and it's I'm not going to do that.
Yeah, they're heavy too, right?
Not very heavy. It's just they're spread out, and you got to really travel a great space to get any volume.
That's true. I did take someone's advice once. So Abby, just so you know, like I don't think there's any bad advice that I haven't taken. And someone told me, go get some shells from the ocean. I drove 200 miles to the ocean, collected a bunch of shells, brought them back, crushed them up. I realized right away, wow, breaking shells is really not easy. It's not. I mean, I was using a sledgehammer. They would go. It was ridiculous. Okay, Paul. I mean, it's like I don't know what I was thinking. So desperately wanted to get rid of the slugs. And it didn't work at all. The slugs were like, I don't
So
know why
what?
you did that. We're still going to do our thing. We had slugs. We did. We still do have slugs, and they don't typically impact our plants because of our practices. The compost practices, laying the compost in the fall, also helps to put other sulfur compounds that are made while you're making compost back into the soils. Those sulfur compounds are then transposed into the tissues of the plants, and they make the plants taste kind of nasty. There are ways to specifically amend for this, but it all goes back to that compost again. If you're doing it that way, you're not going to have these problems. You're really not. So much starts to work so much better when you get the biology, that biological portion of the soil to work right. The soil biology is much better capable of responding to plants' requests than I am. I can never get it right. Like I would never, it would ask me for nitrogen. I'd be like, how much? And what kind? And where do I get it? I mean, instead, it does much better by asking the bacteria, and the bacteria says, oh, you want this? Here it is. Phosphorus, same thing. Calcium, magnesium, manganese, all the traces, you name it. They're all in there, folks. You can't become a gigantic oak tree without breaking a few rocks. You know what I mean? You can't become a 200-foot sequoia without taking some minerals into your constitution. So the people out there who are dumping all kinds of azomite and all kinds of minerals on their gardens on top of their wood chips and compost, I mean, I love that you're so proactive about it, but honestly, you're not really thinking that trees are rooted to rocks and dirt, and just by association, they have plenty of minerals in them. And those minerals go all the way out to the tips of their branches. You can't find an apple that doesn't have minerals in it. You know what I mean? You can't find an apple that doesn't have at least some sugar in it. So, for what it's worth, um, my experience with the seashells wasn't great. It didn't meet what I thought was going to happen. And I think that was essentially operator error because I expected seashells to do something they never could have done. If I would have simply said seashells will add silica to my garden and kept it at that, I'd probably be fine. But other than that, nothing therapeutic to mention, I'm afraid. She's working. Abby's doing work, the community garden, church group donating to the food bank. By the way, that's really noble. I love that. I'm a big proponent of donating food to people who can't grow it, or maybe people who can't have a garden for whatever reason. Um, and certainly the church is a great place to start for that stuff, folks. Kind of coming up. Okay. J-Buck says fuel prices are high. Yeah. Yeah. I never really liked feeding the tractor for those things. And there's Mr. Anderson. He seems to concur. He owns a tractor too. Today's Earth Day. Happy Earth Day, folks. Yeah, and Fast is right about looking towards the natural growth for answers to problems. It's so true. And I hope you folks know that, when I'm talking about sugar, I'm really talking about carbohydrates. I'm not talking about table sugar. Um, no, not bleached sugar either. Please don't say Creedmoor said put sugar on your plants. Do not put sugar on your plants. No, not at all. That's a bad idea because that's going to become an attractant for other problems. And then, no. J-Buck is insulated from insects because he's really a sweet guy. I think that that's probably true. And yes, Elliot, the cat's trying to attack me. Absolutely. You're going to find lots of these carbohydrates that exist within your composts. Make them poorly, just make them. I mean, in time, it'll get better and better and better. And you're going to start to see that the zest is in what happens after you put the compost back on the garden because your plants are just going to explode with life. I love that one too, Fast. If you build it, they will come. It's really, really true. And I think that feels like a reference to Cat, go away. when I built my first garden, every insect around me came. And I've sort of talked about this a little bit in the past, how cycling my pastures, the cutting operations of my pastures has helped to keep the insects away from my garden. It's a very holistic method. It's a very great way to reduce your costs, your operating costs. I have 2 pastures that cost me X amount of dollars to cut. I have a third one that I gave up on cutting a long time ago. And what ends up happening is if I cycle them or cut part of them, don't cut all of them, the fauna comes back, the deer came back, the rabbits came back, the birds came back, the bees came back, and now the insects have somewhere as an alternate to feed that's not my garden. So if you happen to be in an area where you can let some things, maybe some of the native species of plants and weeds grow up, you're going to immediately feel less insect pressure. That's going to give you a chance to grow your plants sweeter, taller, longer, greater, closer to the sun, etc. You name it. Yeah, so this is a question here about I'm gonna do a little assuming here where S. Eliot talks about whether or not chicken manure compost will raise sugar levels. And the answer is it's an unequivocal yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I love chicken manure myself personally. I like it as that really strong nitrogen source, the antagonist that it takes to get my wood chips to break down. And we do add it to my wood chip compost system. My wood chip compost system is fortified with grasses and plants and chicken manure. Yeah, it really is. Hey, there's Joe Bass. Good. I like to see y'all giving Joe Bass a lot of love. That's a good man right there. Oh, hey, Paul, you're not wearing the red hoodie today. Jay
No, not
Buck
today.
he wants you to wear the red hoodie. He likes the red hoodie.
Oh well.
Sorry, Jay Buck.
Don't tell him that. He'll do it every time.
Oh, I mean it's like his thing. He looks good in it. It
Chris,
looks like it's warmer. Am I wrong in picking up? Is it warmer in Washington now?
I don't think so.
Are y'all seeing spring yet?
Yeah, I think spring's happening. I think spring's
Yeah, it's
happening.
happening.
Yeah, stuff's growing.
It's like 50 something degrees.
Okay, we're barking at it. It's close. It's very close.
What else do I do for fun
He
besides gardening? I don't know.
he does he tell him what you do, honey. He reads a lot.
I like to read. Yeah, I like to learn. You know.
Yeah, he reads a lot.
Definitely.
Yeah. Because of his body right now, he's not really doing a whole lot. It's hard for him to do anything.
Well, reading is fundamental. Y'all remember that one?
Yeah, for sure.
Real
Actually,
old campaign.
it's admirable to me because I can't get. I think I've got too much. What is that? ADHD or whatever that is.
Well,
I
that's what
can't read.
Jay Buck claimed.
I hardly ever can get through an entire book. I can get through half, 2/3, but hardly ever through a whole one. I get too bored.
J-Buck, what was Ashley's question they want me to answer? I can't remember Ashley's question.
Ashley's question. Ashley, starting out our first back to Eden garden now, the local soil shop recommended blended soil, 50 top, 50 compost, over 100% compost. Is that what we should use or full compost?
I just would use combo. I wouldn't bring in any topsoil because who knows where it came from. So I just would make soil with good compost.
You have chickens? They make really good soil, those chickens and worms. If you got a worm bin.
Yeah, chickens are great for recycling everything and turning it back to great soil. Their little feet are always masticating and breaking things down. They're the best soil manufacturers on the planet.
At least in our world. Simple.
Oh yeah,
Paul
I couldn't
specializes in
agree more.
simple. Conjunction function.
Yeah,
Hey,
there's a little comedy roll going on here. I see it.
hey, happy
Why so
Pesach,
it's so-
everybody. Anybody celebrate Passover? Paul just looks fantastic. I know. No fair. The church also previously installed a few raised beds and they dry out so quickly. It's so sad. That's right, raised beds. They could
Yep.
make so much more space if they just amended their bit of earth. Yeah, I know. It's so true. Raised beds, I mean, it seems like they're convenient and it's easier on your back, I guess, if they're tall, but I don't know how really,
You got a water line.
yeah.
We do. There can be additional troubles in raised beds too. Like I've heard horror stories from people who end up with the Japanese beetles over the
Oh,
raised
really?
beds, and then they put the grubs into that stuff, and it's contained with sides and locked in with a bottom, and it's like there's like nowhere for them to go but to your plants.
Hey, don't forget to get bamboo biochar from Joe Bass.
Yeah, he was just talking about how the slugs don't seem to like biochar. I again, Joe, I
Ooh.
would really love to learn more about that. How the biochar can help to produce an environment that's not conducive to certain insects. Maybe as we continue on down this garden journey, we can put our brains together, and maybe there's more bugs that are excluded because of biochar. You know what I mean? Maybe there's more common insects that will stay away. And if we could get a beat on that, I'm sure a lot of people would love to hear that. We know it's great stuff when it's used the right way. We know it's great when it's charged, but how great is it?
Fast gardening in
Never
Michigan
late.
is your chickens are really great for dealing with insects. I mean, they are phenomenal for clearing space of insects.
The silica in the bamboo. You're down to 2 chickens. What? Oh man, why is somebody picking them off? You don't have chickens, do you, Mr. Creedmoor?
I don't. We're actually in the process of building a hen enclosure.
Mm,
This week, next week, it'll probably take me a month, I'm sure, because I'm so slow. But
you're
the
slow.
idea is,
Mm.
well, I'm
No, you probably
garden
do.
project.
Priorities. I was gonna say
It's
you
a lot of
got projects.
juggling,
I don't think you're slow.
but I promise you I will prevail, and I'm going to give a dozen hens and hopefully a rooster a home.
Yeah,
I'll
my
probably end up with
neighbor.
3 roosters.
I have a neighbor that bought one of those big industrial hatchers, and she's gonna hatch whatever eggs that she wants. I'm gonna get some. I like the colored eggs. I'm having fun with them this year. I just pulled about 20 of them out of the nest right now. The 2 different. I think it was more than 20 right now, but they're beautiful. You get some green ones and blue ones and olive green ones and dark chocolate green ones and smoky kind of brown ones. Anyway, it's just really cool. But they don't produce as well as the white layers, like the leghorns and stuff. Anyway,
There's really
they're
something
fun.
satisfying about opening that egg case up and seeing all the pretty colors in there, though.
Yeah, I'm such a weirdo.
I
I
like it
really,
too.
I do like it. So she's gonna
Yeah.
try to get me some super dark, what do you call it? Black copper Moran. Because
Mm.
I've got a few of my hens lay some really dark eggs. I'm hoping I can get even darker. I had one hen that really laid some awesome dark eggs. It was born upstairs, and I'm so bummed out because my son didn't see, and she was left out, and something got her. But I was really disappointed with that. But right now I have some really dark layers, and I love the olive acres. And I got some like turquoise blue ones. I think those are Americanas. And one of my, I don't know who it is, but man, one of them has a really beautiful blue egg. This crazy dog. She's so affectionate. This crazy dog kind of wiggles herself in here because she's not supposed to be in here. And she goes up to you and steals your heart away by putting her head on your feet or your legs and leans on you like she's cuddling. Like right now, she's crawling over to me to do it because she knows I'm not happy about her being back here right now.
They know
Oh,
exactly what button to push. They know how to find the love button.
yeah.
So, hey, there's a really great question on here from, oh, it just scrolled. Kelly,
What was it?
definitely you're right about those hawks. What's your
Jesus
biggest piece
saves
of
Luna
advice
Garden.
for someone who's just starting out, first time this season? There's so much stuff to learn. This is from Ashley Dodge.
Ashley Dodge.
Yeah.
Starting to the
What
first
really
time
for,
this season.
what really worked
There is
out for me
something.
for the hawks was to kill one and hang it up visible. I'm telling you, they're smart, and when they see a dead one, they go, "This is not a safe
They won't come
place,"
back.
and it was
They won't
really
be back.
effective. It was really effective.
Well, I don't think she's talking. Is she talking about that? She says, "What's your biggest piece of advice for someone starting for the first time this season? There is so much to learn,
There you go.
and while exciting, I can also get overwhelmed and intimidated."
Well, then keep it small and simple. Don't go
Mhm.
there. Just do one thing at a time and just learn from that.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's the thing.
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing about the back to Eden method is that all this other stuff's great, but you want to get the basic down first, right, Nadia?
That's it. Get the basics down and you can build on that very easily. Actually, it'll build even if you do nothing.
Yeah. So just do the back to Eden method. All this other stuff that
Yeah.
we're talking
Yeah.
about right now is for like
Exactly.
once you get really comfy with the basics.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be a few years.
I,
Well,
I find it's also good to be able to
they
forgive
they
yourself for
they,
your mistakes.
they say it's discovered it's illegal to kill hawks in Ohio. Well, my sense it's illegal for them to kill my chickens, and so
Or to eat the
Yeah.
eggs.
eat the eggs. So
Well, but
it's called trespassing. They're trespassing. This is private property.
I don't think I don't think there's I'm not sure what it is here with the law. We probably should check, Mr. Gautschi. But but one time he came to the kitchen window and he holds up this big black bird and he goes, "Look at the size of this crow." And I says, "Oh my gosh, honey, that is a raven. You are gonna be in big trouble."
Is that the one he hung up in the orchard to keep the birds away?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
It worked, right?
It was effective. Very effective.
Yeah, that
Simple,
and prayer.
effective. Those
Yeah.
are two things we don't hear enough.
Yeah, it gets pretty overwhelming sometimes when you walk in.
It does.
You saw like the other night. I think we have ravens again, but anyway, the other night I walked in and I saw there was about 20 eggs in this one nest. I thought, gosh, you guys, you had a favorite today. And then I came back in the morning because I don't got carried away. Something happened and nothing was there but one. So something's getting my eggs. I don't know. I don't think it's a rat. I think it's some kind
Oh,
of
then you're going to love this next
bird.
comment, Miss Carol,
But
from Jesus Saves. You're going to love this one. New to gardening and had wood chip pile that had been sitting for about a year. And we went to get some mulch from it today and found a rattlesnake inside the pile.
Ooh.
huh.
Hmm.
So she's scared of going back in the pile.
I don't blame her.
Yeah, we
That's a
don't have
rattlesnake.
we are it's so cushy here. We have no poisonous snakes. I'm so grateful. We have I think a gopher snakes. Is that what we have? Is that the
Oh, they're gardener snakes.
Oh, that's right.
Oh,
Gardner G. That's all we have pretty much.
they're little good guys.
Yeah.
Look at that dog. Tova, what do you think you're doing? What do you think you're doing? Look at her. She's such a stinker. Tova, what are you doing? Tova. She's such a big girl. She's only 10 months and she's 80 pounds. And she's
Y'all know what
tall.
Morans are?
84, I think.
What,
What's that?
Huh?
what's a Moran?
Black copper
Joe,
Moran. There's Moran and then there's black copper Morans. I don't know enough about them to make a comment.
are they? Oh,
A rat snake is probably getting my eggs. We don't have snakes like that here. I think there was a rat. There was rats in there, but I haven't seen them in there for a long time. So I don't know what's going on. Come on, Tova, let's go to your crate. Come on. Come on, Tova. 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 Come. Come. Good girl. Come on. Come get a cookie.
so Jam's Farm is asking what the best way to add wood ash to the soil would be. Maybe you might have some kind of suggestion for that. We don't actually use it, but doesn't mean it's not
Well,
effective for someone.
well, I think wood ash is probably one of the most nutritious things on the planet because when fire goes through wood, all that's left are minerals. If you ever look at a burn, everything comes back really green. So it's telling you, man, this is really nutrient stuff. So, we have a wood stove, and so I always take my wood ash and I throw it out in the chicken pen. That gets mixed into all the soil that goes back in my garden. And I think it's great stuff.
Is that something that might be able to be added to, say, like a chicken manure mashup or something
Yeah,
like
right.
that?
Yeah. I just throw everything in the chicken pen and then the chicken just homogenized into the soil. So it's just all mixed in.
Oh, I love that. It's already been worked at.
Chickens are great
Yeah,
for
they're doing it.
mixing.
Yeah. We just harvested our first I was gonna make we haven't eaten dinner yet. We just harvested our first asparagus and I was gonna make asparagus and eggs and tomatoes and avocado and for
I
dinner.
love it. I mean, spring is here.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Once we see the asparagus, we know that's it. Spring's here.
Yep.
Have you gotten yours already?
Oh yeah.
Here's the wisdom of God. The first vegetable that shows up in the garden is asparagus. You know why? You went through a winter without greens and you need nutrients. And asparagus sends roots down, really deep, pulling up major
Mhm.
nutrients.
Minerals.
That's why when you pee, nothing gives you the odor that asparagus. And
Yeah.
that's the odor of minerals. It's it's really mineral dense.
Rich.
And so it's so cool how that's the first thing that shows up to cover you for your lack of minerals you didn't get during the wintertime.
Hey, so am I the only one that when they pick their asparagus, some of it ends up getting eaten on the way back to the house?
No, you're not the only one. I ate a bunch on the way. But they're just the younger ones are coming up right now. I mean, there were some big ones, but they were like displaced. They were way the heck over on the other side of the garden.
They're all over they
I know
go
the
the
birds, right?
birds eat the seeds and then defecate, and they
Right.
spread the asparagus all
So
over
we
the
get them
place.
all over the orchard, man. They're coming up all over the place.
That's so cool. So they're shooting spears up down underneath the fruit trees. That is awesome.
Shooting
I
spears.
want that. It's the birds. The birds are doing their role, I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah,
uh,
they spread seeds great.
Have had asparagus for 2 weeks now in STL. Where's that?
Seattle?
Oh, really?
Seattle? Is that
Yeah, maybe.
STL?
Yeah, maybe. Gave some to a friend and he said it was the best he has ever had. It's been covered with wood chips for 2 years. Yep.
Yeah.
True
Yeah.
Joe Schaefer. You're in
Yeah.
Seattle, sweetie?
Definitely. Love it.
Oh, St.
St. Louis.
Louis. Sorry.
Oh, oh man.
It could have been Seattle. St. Louis, Missouri. Anyway, yeah. 18 different species of snakes where you are, Mr. Buck? Man, no
Oh, at
thank
least.
you.
No,
No
wait.
thank you.
18 different species of poisonous snakes. He left that part out.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
no, there's
telling you, we're so spoiled here. I can't believe it. I was looking at some 80. Listen, there's a couple that bought 80 acres in North Carolina. Once they got to the Olympic Peninsula, they're looking for land. here instead. They just bought
I'm
80
not
acres in
surprised.
North Carolina. What's that?
I wouldn't be surprised in the least. I mean, once you see the Olympic Peninsula, it's life-changing, if I understand correct. At least that's what everyone
Well,
keeps telling me.
it's
We have
pretty. It's
nothing
really
like that
pretty
here.
here.
You know what I mean? I have the
Well,
Continental Divide.
you've got high mountains like 7,000 feet going right down to the ocean. That doesn't
Yeah.
happen anywhere.
Well, it doesn't. Yes,
Wow.
it does. But it doesn't
Wow.
happen very many places in the United States. In fact, I
It
don't
doesn't
believe it
happen
happens
here.
anywhere. Yeah, we've got.
No,
It's.
that's 3 times as high, I think.
Do you guys? You guys don't have alligators and crocodiles where you are, though, in North Carolina, do you?
No.
They
I
have them
think
as far up as
the
Georgia and
closest
maybe
here is
South Carolina too, right?
Manio. Yes, out on the coast, there are some saltwater
Yeah,
crops and
no,
whatnot.
no. Those I don't like big lizards. No thanks. So I mean, and it's adaptable and people love it, and I'm glad that people appreciate it. But we're just so spoiled here; it's ridiculous. When I went to look for someplace else to live because things got so weird here, I just felt like God said to me, "Where sin abounds, grace is much more. You want to see my grace? Stick around." You know, and it's been like that. And there's a lot of more conservatives moving here. So that's kind of refreshing. But then again, who knows? We might fall off the face of the earth in one of those big earthquakes I always talk about. St. Louis, know where you are, Carol. What does that mean? Google says you have 18 species. Oh, not on the Olympic Peninsula.
Oh, oh, that
No.
makes sense. Okay, so Joe is saying that you guys have 18 species of snakes.
Well, that's Jay Buck that said that, right? Or was it Joe?
They both do?
I don't know.
It,
Well,
it could have
not where
been.
we live. I think that we have the only ones we've ever seen anyway
Gardener snakes.
is the gardener snakes. I know we don't have any poisonous snakes here. I know in Eastern Washington they do, and maybe even in the Cascades. I don't know. But in Eastern Washington, I'm positive they do because that's more desert over there. And you're going into Idaho and, all that, Utah.
So, Fast is talking about improving his. Is Fast a guy? Did I just do that wrong?
Fast.
Fast gardening. I can't remember if it was a guy or a gal, but
I
in
don't
any
know.
event, they're talking about building the areas for the hawks to nest and the snakes to hang out and deter the voles and mice. We
Well,
have
that's
this
good.
going on right now.
Well, that's
We're
good.
actually engaged in this, and
But see, to me, that's what you want snakes for, not for to bite you and kill you. I don't
yes,
like the poisonous
so
part.
there is natural selection within the snake community.
Hmm.
And we've noticed this because I have all of those bad snakes. I have the copperheads, the rattlers, the moccasins, the you name it. They're here. They're all here. The vipers are here.
Wow. Wow.
But I also have the counter species to those snakes. We have the black racers, we have the king snakes, and they feed on those snakes.
Wow.
We have the hawks.
Oh
We
yeah.
have the most powerful predator, snake predator out there, the cat, El Gato. We have
But
them too.
so do they get nailed by? I mean, are they immune to the vipers?
Cats are on the order of 3 times faster when it comes to reaction time than all snakes. So
Ah, okay.
a cat can respond. Let me give you an idea because I'm a big baseball buff. When a fastball is coming from the mound, from the pitcher's mound, it leaves his hand. If it reaches the plate and it's 100 miles an hour, that hitter has less than 2/10 of a second. Recognize, react, respond, and deliver a swing to that baseball. 2/10 of a second. It's
Wow.
very fast. Cats are that fast. Cats'
Wow.
reaction time can be 2/10 of a second or less than 2/10 of a second, which is something like 3 or 4 times faster than the best a snake can do.
I
So,
believe it. My one
yeah,
cat,
they're
if he
amazing
gets
creatures. They
scared,
are
he's crazy.
lethal, absolutely lethal. Matter of fact, I have a snake in my garden right now, black snake, a young snake, and my hawk got it in its talons and ripped the back of its neck, shredded its neck. It's been laid up in my underneath my apple tree for 3 days now, trying to heal.
Oh. Oh.
It really is. It's species eat species. It is survival of the fittest in this place, and coming into the spring like we are right now, gosh, it doesn't seem like there's any shortage of food sources. It's everywhere.
You know what's sad though is that, someone like me that's kind of spoiled. I mean, when I was in California, we had black widows, we had rattlesnakes, we had all that, but not in town. But you go to some place like where you live and you get caught off guard, and that's not good.
Oh gosh,
I mean,
we got
this
here.
poor friend of
We even
ours
saw
moved to
ground.
South Carolina, and she says, I can't believe I got attacked by chiggers. And she was just in misery. She goes, I didn't know they were even here. I didn't know what they were. I didn't know it wasn't safe to get into the grasses. And I went, oh, poor baby, because she's from here.
Yeah.
It's no
So
fair.
red bug season started here 2 weeks
Red,
ago.
what does red bug season mean?
That's the technical name to the chigger.
Oh, okay.
And incidentally, chigger season starts the same time the prayer mantis chrysalis is releasing its youngins.
Oh, so it gets it.
They do. So that's
There's
why we're always careful. Let them stay in the roses. Let them stay in the basil plants. Basil is a serious East Coast host to prayer mantis, to giant prayer
yeah,
mantis.
cool.
Well, they will find it. They will put their chrysalis in there, stack it with eggs for the next generation, and you'll see following spring, usually right around now or a week back. Usually the mites come out and then the prayer mantis come out and feed on them. But it's very, very close. It's almost like a biological clock that I don't even quite understand how it happens, why the synchronicity is so precise like that.
That's so
But
cool. I loved the God's design.
yeah, I mean, I can tell you it's a perfect design. I don't always understand why it happens so precisely, but I do see it. We're very careful because you can't sit on the ground in North Carolina. I know I've said this before, but that's how we know someone's not from here, is because they're sitting on the ground in the spring.
What happens?
Well, the chiggers crawl right up their pants and they get all in them, and
Oh,
yeah.
terrible.
And then we have ticks too. Did I mention we have ticks and we have other mites and all kinds of creepy crawly things that would just love to get comfortable with you in your shoes.
Or whatever.
So we really know, we know when someone's from up north. It's kind of cool because they're the first ones to sit down and kick their shoes off, and it's like, don't do
No.
that, don't do that. Why? Don't do that. I don't have enough calamine lotion in my cabinet to deal with you if you're going to do that.
Yeah, my poor
And they
friend was
will.
so miserable.
It's
Poor
it's
thing.
horrible. It's horrible. It's brutal. We learn to avoid them, I think. And I learned to not put chemicals down so that I can let the mantis come out and their babies just, they lay waste to every chigger. That for every 1,000 I see, I'd be willing to bet that those little baby mantis probably eat 100 to 200 a day. It's not competitive to be a chigger when there's mantis around.
Wow.
So these natural controls, they come back and
So
they
cool.
take care of the plants. They come back, even in a place that's as ubiquitous to insect predation as where I am. The natural controls are plentiful. There's more than we even understand. And I mean, it doesn't end there with just the insects. We're talking about soil fertility and making your plants really sweet to be resistant to the insects. Well, guess what? Same thing goes for mites. The mites will chew on your plant leaves if your plant leaves don't have a lot of sugar in them. So, when people ask me, they say, "Hey, Creedmoor, what does it mean when I have all these bugs on my plants?" Well, depending on the condition of the plant, it means that the plant has asked for termination in most cases. The plant
Hmm.
makes a specific request to have the insect visit it and either chew or desiccate some of whatever it's trying to get rid of, or to enlist other plant compounds that are inside the plant's physiology. The insects come and chew, and then the plant releases those compounds into the environment, and then something else specific happens. So you don't get to know these things if you're slathering your plants in Sevin dust. You don't get to know these things if you're constantly spraying chemicals, and um, it won't happen because the first thing the insects do when they scent and sense those chemicals is they move away. And they know you're putting them out there because your plants are already expressing weakness. So it's like it becomes a domino effect. that just gets worse and worse and worse. And I think that's when a lot of growers start to lose faith. And I don't think that they should. I think they should understand that our Father, the Mother of all nature, has put these systems into place. And if you give it time, if you just stick with it for a little bit longer, you know, one good practice would be if I found that I had an insect on a plant and right next to it I had a healthy plant. Well, I would want to know what it is that's making that plant that's healthy right next to it so resistant to it. You might back up yourself and say, well, that's the plant that I put compost in the hole, and the other one's growing in the dirt. And immediately it's an aha moment. You're like, holy cow, there's a perfect example of using fertility as an aid to prevent insect predation on my plants. Once those soil relationships start to form, you can't lose. You
Mhm.
really can't lose.
Hey, so some people are talking on here. Let's see.
Yeah, what are
I
they
get.
saying?
Let's see. I haven't been around lately. Josh McDonald says. So sorry, guys. I love you guys always. You guys changed everything. I wish I could come stay, get well, help for a while,
Oh,
and get back to my record deal. But I'm not well. Oh, what's wrong, Josh? Anyway, crows eat voles and moles, so Job says. And then we've got Ticks by J Buck. And then Josh
yeah.
McDonald again. Not yet, at least. I want to visit you guys like the movie Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. That's what I think of Paul and what God did through him for us all. It definitely works too good. Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. How's that got to do with
Yeah, what in
anything?
the world? Because
Anyway,
Willy Wonka did such a great thing, or because I hope
that's
that's
funny. I
the
don't know.
association we're forming here, or was it for the fizzy lifting stuff?
I
Paul,
don't
you
know,
didn't
but
invent any fizzy lifting stuff, did you?
No.
no, he doesn't know anything about anything because he doesn't watch movies. So, what's the
Okay.
best way to get rid of ticks? How do you answer that?
Guineas, guinea hens.
Chickens, yeah.
Yep, chickens.
Mm.
Some get guineas, they eat ticks. Okay. Like, share, subscribe, everyone. Thank you, J Buck.
Oh yeah, I need to
Like,
do that
share, and
myself.
subscribe because there's only two on
Oh,
there.
it won't let me do it.
No
I
way.
will come back, and I promise I will like and share. It's a little weird when I share and I'm on because it's like
No, it's not weird. Come on.
I just
Um,
don't usually do self promotion well. But either way, I want people to see this. I really do. I do.
mhm.
You know, we're touching on some really important stuff, and maybe they're not in that position yet to be so observant of these things. But if we planted that little bitty seed in the back of their mind, and maybe at the end of the season they think, I remember Creedmoor and Paul were talking about composting. I can compost this stuff. It's an option. And then a baby is born.
Yeah.
We have a
Abby
brand new
White. Hey,
composting system.
Abby. Good to see you, Abby. She goes, she's quoting the scripture. It says, He maketh me lie down in green pastures. I guess not down in North Carolina.
No, no,
Do
do not
places
lie down in the
closer?
pasture.
Yeah. Do places closer to the equator generally have more creepy crawlies because of higher temperatures? I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I think that's true.
She's in
The
Connecticut.
climate for everyone. Mm.
She's coming to us in June. No, June? Is it June? Yeah, I think so.
Who has bed bug? Josh? Josh has Josh, do you have bed bugs now?
Other and
Oh,
watch what
okay.
happens. It's awesome.
Okay,
Dump an
so he was able to get
ant
rid of
bed
them.
on each other like a kid in a candy shop. Kelly Solar. Okay, I got to this late. I'm 1 hour and 39 minutes in. John, it's okay. Hi,
It's
Abby
okay,
White.
Josh. This will be available when we're all done.
Yeah.
So y'all can review. We had some pretty good discussion about plant health and insect resistance earlier on. Now we're kind of just chatting, hanging out, being a family, guys. So, feel free to ask anything and everything that you can about the gardens. This is a great time, great opportunity to sit with some people who care.
So I don't know what people are speaking of live, but everything I said, it works. Yes,
I'll try.
cool. So what are you guys learning in your gardens? I think it's been really dry here for us. I'm kind of a little bit concerned about although we usually get more rain in June, don't we?
Yeah, June's could be pretty wet.
Yeah, June can get pretty wet. Yeah, June kind of makes you always wonder if we're ever going to get summer. And then all of a sudden, the 4th of July happens and it breaks through. And all of a sudden, we get a summer. So I don't know what people are speaking of live. Okay, we already said that. Okay, he froze, not you guys or us. Josh McDonald. Okay, Shirley says, I tried to catch last week's live when it was over, but it wouldn't come up. You know, I think that one got kind of messed up. Did you guys notice that?
We
I
got
don't,
like something happened at the end, didn't it?
yeah, but I'm
It,
trying to get it to
the
come on.
server,
And
the
I'm not
server
sure.
did something.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I just don't know this very well. And I feel really kind of extra dumb when it comes to knowing what I'm doing on this. Technology, I'll tell you, it's not my forte. I mean, I know certain areas for my age, especially being almost 72, I feel like um, I know a lot of technology for my age, but I still don't get a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, Anderson says patience and don't give up. Absolutely. Just when we start to figure this stuff out, they'll change it on us.
I
You
know,
know,
don't say that.
and I'm kind of like I'm thinking to some degree, like I think if we ever get to the Zoom platform, there'll be a pretty substantial learning curve there as well. But I think overall the package is so much better from a sharing perspective that you almost can't lose. And I think
Yeah.
that's a different set of servers as well. It's not YouTube servers.
Uh-oh, did we lose ya? Can you talk? Can we hear you still?
Says I have the same problem when they go live. Be working or sick or whatever. And I'm like, no, I love these people. I love it.
Huh.
Twitter X.
What about it?
Oh yeah. It's another place to share. I
Mm,
mean, it's short shares there, isn't it? Do they do live streaming on Twitter?
no, I don't think so.
I don't think so
It's
either.
just snippets. I think it's just little snippets. Um, so I'm trying to get this to, I can't get this to stay public the last week, so it's interesting. So, anybody else have anything else to share, to say, to ask? Because there's some brainiacs on here when it comes to gardening, not me.
Well, Abby says she got seeds on the bottom of her shoes. And then she walked in the garden and they planted.
Are you, Abby said that?
Yeah.
And that's hysterical. I guess that's pretty, it shows you
It's
shouldn't
real
plant your
though.
seeds deeply,
It's really
right?
real. Yeah. I know that sometimes I get them like on my clothes and then I'm like, well, how did that tomato plant get there? I didn't plant that there. And
Oh
it
my
just
gosh,
falls off your
tomatoes come
shirt.
up everywhere here.
They do.
So crazy. Tomatoes
You know what
propagate really easily.
they do. They have come up so easily over the past few years for me. So for those of you that y'all don't aren't that familiar with Creedmoor, I'm studying the Back to Eden method for 13 years now. And it's gotten progressively better and better and better every year. The most notable change happened around the 7th year. Sometime around the 10th year was when my plants started to self-sow. Okay, so I grow a plant all the way. I learned to grow everything all the way to the end because most of the time we don't grow them all the way to the end. We don't get seeds. We don't get the next generation. I like to seed save. I don't think Paul seed saves that much, but I like to seed save. So the only way you're going to do that is grow it all the way. But growing it all the way
Right.
taught me that those plants go through a specific seeding, flowering, seeding cycle. That seeding and flowering cycle is integrative with the insects in the immediate area. So when you cut that part of the plant growing short, you also cut off part of the feeding the insect part of the soil food web, if that makes sense. You're actually also cutting off some other specific processes, like I was mentioning before, how the biology gets on the seeds. You know, seeds are rendered really fertile when they come out of a bird's butt.
They're pre-fertilized.
Pre-fertilized. But what I found was that more often than not, those seeds can fall right down to the ground. They're not even buried. Paul said it before, you don't have to throw a whole pile of heaping piles of dirt on top. You know, they just need to be down on the ground far enough so that the birds don't pick them up and fly off. And then they
Uh-huh.
seed your neighbor's garden for you. But after around the 10th year, I started realizing, hey, these things just come up rather regularly, and we really don't plant tomatoes anymore. I plant them every once in a while just so like I can make a video or something, you know, show people what we do. But the reality of it is that once your garden gets that mature, the tomatoes self-sow themselves in the same areas where you grew them the year before. The soil gets sweeter and sweeter and sweeter, and then the insects get unluckier and unluckier and unluckier. I recognize this relationship, the self-sow relationship, and then I recognized how impactful it was to insect predation and getting sweeter tomatoes. So
Wow.
if someone ever asked me and they said, "Well, Creedmoor, when did your tomatoes start getting sweet?" It wasn't immediately. It really wasn't. They didn't start getting really sweet until about the 7th year. Then it was a pretty profound change for me. And and it took a few more years before they started to self-sow themselves. It was really profound that we could even recognize that, because most people don't live in a climate where that's even possible. And naturally, we took every plant to the end. The same thing with the peppers. You just keep growing them. If I didn't grow peppers all the way to the end, we wouldn't know that winter peppers don't have seeds.
Huh.
When we
Yeah,
first started seeing that, it was like my head
Someone
exploded.
asked a question about a graviseed apple tree that just passed up, and I wanted to help them.
Okay, well, I'm trying to find this other thing, so let me see. Somebody asked a question about a Gravenstein apple tree, Paul said.
Let me see if I can find it.
I know, I'm trying to
Okay, here we
find
go. Pat
where
V.
we're at.
Pat V says, my 1-year-old Gravenstein apple tree has fungus. Any suggestions? I'm trying Monterey, which is an antifungal.
What I found in my trees when I first planted them, I had all the fungal issues. As the soil improved, all the fungal issues left. And so I'm always telling people, you want to address health. Bring the health into the soil, and you're not going to have fungal diseases. Treating the fungus is not the solution. It's like allopathic medicine treating symptoms. You want to get to the root source, and it's all about health.
100%. So perfectly said. Folks, that was the same thing I listened to. Just what he said right there. And I took it. I really, I don't know how else to say it, but the reality is Paul said that. I heard he said it, and it was like a light went off in my head. And I said, wait a second, that's so powerful. So focus on the fertility of the soil, and then the plant as a side effect. The plant will grow stronger and healthier and give you a sweeter tasting food. Come on,
And be
who does that?
insect and be disease resistant.
Yeah, and all those fungal pathogens are not impacting that plant.
No.
They have to move on to someone else's plant.
Well, that's weird, Kelly Smith. My latest garden news, I transplanted lots of leaf lettuce seedlings all around my garden a few weeks ago, but they have been looking nothing like lettuce. You sure that was a lettuce seed? Some of my cherry tomatoes fell on the ground and I just let them lay there. Do you think I'll get volunteers? That was my first garden. Yeah.
Yeah, you will.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
It was so much fun last year. All these volunteers came up and Paul couldn't pull them out because he's not doing hardly anything. I just let him go and it was so fun. I was picking all kinds of tomatoes and apple trees and Just
Oh, they
one of
must
them
have been so
acted like
good.
the apple was an espalier or something, 'cause the tomatoes were just interwoven through all the branches. It's so funny. I've got my purist husband here that row crops, and I'm Mrs. like freelance. Opposites attract. Anyway, Kelly Smith turns out to be bachelor buttons. I think, what? Really? I should know by next week. What? That's weird. I did you buy those seed? You better get them back to the manufacturer. Anyway, Josh McDonald, insects will not touch a plant if it's full of water, meaning good soil, but they look for fiber and dried out plants. It sounds like Paul Gautschi must have taught you. Jan, you mean the honey locust with the thorns? Oh boy. Joe Schaefer.
Hmm.
Josh, I think you're delayed. Anderson, Prairie View Farm. Absolutely, Paul. If the nutrients and biology are balanced, your trees and plants thrive.
Yeah. Amen. We basically had a lot going for us in the Garden of Eden that maybe our super advanced ways have kind of shot us in the foot over. Going back to some of these more primal methods is going to be instrumental in returning everyone to a healthier place.
Mm-hmm. Paul has taught all this already, not just Back to Eden film. Watch everything by him or about him,
Hmm.
because he doesn't. You won't regret it. Ah, thanks, Josh. Volunteer
Well,
tomatoes will be wonderful. I can't plant in the ground this year because of my medical issues. I'll be
oh,
so happy for some tomatoes, maybe ground cherries too, I hope. Nice. Kelly Smith, I planted my
oh
seeds
no,
in milk jugs and set them out over winter. The markers didn't last until spring.
she doesn't
Aw.
know what anything is anymore. All the labels are washed off. That's happened
Well,
to me too. Who
just
hasn't it
just
happened to?
plant by faith and be excited about, and then you'll recognize probably once they
Yeah,
come up, to a degree what kind of plant they are.
they definitely become more familiar as time passes.
Yeah, that's true. Even goofy Carol Gauchi's starting to recognize a lot more things nowadays. I never know
J
where
Buck has no
anything
idea.
is.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, J Buck. I'm not at all.
You sound like me, J Buck. Off the subject, but I'm curious. Do any of you have any experience of or knowledge with electroculture?
He's a week late.
Gardening,
Sorry, Larry.
perhaps mimicking increased magnetic field pre-flood. Yeah, I'm doing it, and so I'll let you know. That was last week's subject, and for some reason I can't get that to. I'm gonna have to get my son to help me to get that video on. It was a 2-hour video, and somebody came
Oh
and
gosh,
talked
there was
about it.
some good stuff there too.
Well, I think I have. I know I have it. I just can't post it for some reason. Just throw seeds on the ground. My best plants have been mistakes and volunteers when I started. Josh McDonald. God showing me something beautiful. Picture this is an app that will identify your plants. Yeah, that's true. I do ADHD gardening. Is that what it is? ADHD gardening?
It's a style of gardening. It's legit.
Are you serious? They call it ADHD
No,
gardening?
no, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no. No, I'm
I'm
trying to
really
exercise empathy.
gullible. I'm gullible. You have to be careful
Well,
what you say
you
to
know
me.
what? Chaos gardening is legit, isn't it?
Yeah, that's called my gardening.
Yeah, I mean
You
that's
talking
totally legit.
Google app to identify. I'm going to do that, Josh. Thanks. I mean, I I don't do chaos gardening, but if they come up, I don't like killing them, especially when they're so fruitful. They they plant themselves there because it's a good place. And if they like it enough, they get really happy and do what they need to do, which is produce fruit.
Yeah, and they teach us so much by coming up on their own.
I know, independent little guys.
Oh
I
yeah,
was fixing to go find the ADHD gardening group.
you're in it.
No,
This
it's an
is it.
app. This is it.
This is definitely it. You're in it. You can't do better than this.
You're funny. You're in it. It's funny.
You know, gardening's not, I don't think it's ever going to be an absolute perfect experience. But I think it will always be a wonderful experience if we let it. You know, especially in the beginning, we don't really know what to expect. It's so much uncertainty. Hey, I just put a bunch of chips and compost down. What's going to happen next? Honestly, we don't know until you drop a seed. And then we start to establish patterns, and then we can start to see what's going on. Usually what happens next is a plant's going to grow, and then you're going to have to take care of it a little bit. Once it gets a little bit rooted in, you'll take care of it less.
The German method of gardening is where everything is 100% perfect. See, that's Mr. Gautschi. Chaos gardening has invisible order in the chaos. Yeah. You
Yeah,
know, Paul is,
absolutely.
people are saying he's looks sad and grumpy and all this. Well, that's just his personality. He's like German and Swiss.
He's not
And
grumpy.
frankly, life has been really difficult lately, and I think that might be part of it. Slow down and watch. Thanks, Aaron Urbana. Just
Hey,
triple make sure, especially if you're talking wild edibles. If you can't garden, wild edibles are your answer. Wild everything. Please look into it. Much healthier than any plants. It's so true. Yep. I was going to talk about sticky weed.
yeah.
But we don't have to. Cleavers. Cleavers, that stuff's amazing. Anyway, so they will heal you quickly. Yeah, for sure.
Sounds like Jams has some rabbits in the garden.
Jams does? Oh, Jams
Yeah,
farm. Planted
yeah, they
kale,
got.
spinach, and cabbage. Spinach and cabbage are doing great. Kale got eaten by rabbits. Oh, funny that they don't like the anything but the kale. Interesting. Were they just little baby plants? Probably, right? We have cleavers here. Yep. Cleavers is amazing. I think cleavers is a worldwide herb. I've seen it all over the place in all different countries. And it just looks a little different, but it's still that sticky weed. What they call it, used to call it bed straw. They even said that supposedly Mary made the manger when Yeshua was born, Jesus was born.
That
She
was
patted,
cleavers.
they said. I mean, that's tradition. I don't know if it's true, but it holds together so well and it makes a nice little padding if you do that. So David the Good, he does a lot of chaos gardening for his food for us and a lot of chop and drop. Yeah, I saw him. God says everything you need grows around you without you even planting. Lots. Cleavers, yeah, it's just one of the herbs that are coming up right now.
Yeah, I don't use any sprays on my trees at all. I don't need to. They're well.
But you have used what didn't you use
I
the
used to
old
use.
days?
I used to years ago when I first started, but then
What did you use?
I used
Cayenne?
no, like dormant oil,
Roman
and
oil.
then but
Yeah,
it was but I haven't done anything like that for
a long
decades.
time. Yeah.
My trees are well.
I don't spray anything on them either. I really don't have a need to. There's no fungal infections to speak of. There's some people grow high value crops in it. Joe told me not to use the true word. He said,
True word.
"Yeah, don't use the true word." So I use high value crop. It's a fancy way of saying marijuana.
Oh, people grow that in there.
Oh
Okay.
yeah. I mean,
But
it doesn't. I have to be
isn't
careful.
it isn't it true how, isn't it, can't you mix it with compost and other kind of soil to
You can.
does it do any remediation, or is it just a medium to grow in?
It's just basically a medium to grow in, and it doesn't come with any extra bags or strings attached. It's nice because there's usually no weeds or seeds or anything in it. It's pretty pure and as a growing media. But I don't necessarily think it's any more beneficial than wood chip compost.
Uh-huh.
The whole
I
world's
love
powered on
sorrel
wood chip
for a
compost.
candy like treat. Yeah, sorrel's really yummy. It's, if you like sour. Yeah. I've got French sorrel in my garden, but the sheep sorrel is all over the place coming up right now. Dusty Splinter says, "Hi, Paul. Hope you're having a blessed day." Good evening, everyone. God bless. Abram Matthew. Welcome. Joseph Schaefer, wood sorrel, I think they call it. Wood sorrel. Yeah. Wood sorrel is isn't that the oxalis, whatever it's called, that's the remediator for soil? I think it is wood sorrel. We all need to pray for God to heal Paul's health, walking issues. He's given us everything. It's his turn. Please, Lord, I know you want to heal him. I absolutely know. Oh, yes. Yes, Lord. They were all seedlings, Jam's Farm. Paul's soil test should actually tell us all we need to know. Like clockwork, the late spring frost are hitting us. Oh, really? Dusty Splinters. Last night, a few more predicted. Notice the sugar plum is blooming and the dogwoods are starting to open up. Dusty Splinters happens every year when the tulips are blooming. Yes, Paul, soil test says it all. Yep, Dusty, we had a cold spell. How cold did it get, you guys? Man, I just cut up a jalapeno and I'm just scratched my nose, and now my nose is burning up.
So it's also fodder. So cleavers is also a fodder.
Yeah, I can be, I guess.
Okay. Well, I'm getting to learn some stuff too. I love it. It must grow in a fairly temperate environment then. Will it grow in a hot environment?
It's all over the world, like I said. I've
Oh
seen it
yeah, it's
everywhere.
everywhere.
Yeah, I've seen it everywhere. Paul, my potato sprout experiment is going great. Interesting to see how they plant out once all the frost is done. 41 here in Texas right
Oh
now.
yeah.
So what time is it? So it's 9:30 and it's 41 degrees. How hot was it today there, J Buck?
Yeah. Kelly
How
said
darn
30s there.
this year.
Yeah. We're gonna see 30s.
Oh, you're kidding. There where you're at, Creedmoor?
Yep. Yeah, it's getting
30s?
supposed to get 37 degrees tonight. I mean, it's not cold
What?
enough for me to worry too much, but
Wow, I don't think it's even that cold here anymore, is it?
No.
You're in it like 40s and 50s. During the day, like it was 58 yesterday, I think, which is comfortable to me. And I just wear a sweater. Just pulling off the chit sprouts off the potato and placing them in planting medium until I have to pot them up a little more as they set roots. Abram
you know,
Matthew,
I'm doing that same experiment.
you are. I live in
Yeah.
Minnesota. I think I planted some of my potatoes too deep because I'm not seeing them come up yet.
How deep did you
Everybody
put
else
them?
is up. Um,
4 inches, 6 inches, 12,
Not that. No,
24.
no. I maybe put them. There's probably 2 inches above in soil.
Well, they just
Yeah,
probably
they're coming up.
weren't that developed yet. So they're probably
You think they're still going to
oh yeah,
come?
they'll always come
All right. Well, the other ones are way ahead of them. That's
because
the
they were in there longer.
Yeah, I guess so. Let's see. I live in Minnesota and I noticed, Abram Matthew, asparagus that I planted last year has not popped up. The plants just look brown, dead stems.
Oh,
That was last year's.
yeah, cut that stuff down,
Yeah,
Abram.
not cut it down, pull it out at the crown, break it off at the crown. If you cut it down, it's not going to send new shoots because it already has something attached. You want to break asparagus off at the crown below the ground.
Even when they're brown, huh?
Yeah,
Yeah, it sounds like he let him go to fern and didn't do
yeah, he
anything.
did. Never got rid of them.
27 degrees Fahrenheit here last night. Oh my word. Where are you, Dusty? I forgot. I always forget.
Minnesota or no, that's Abram is in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Dusty's somewhere else. Ouch.
Oh, northern PA. Northern PA. Wow, 27.
Yeah.
It was up in the mid 60s this afternoon at Kelly Smith's.
Yeah, we didn't even get that warm
41 was
today.
cold spell. It was 69 today and 55 now.
Yeah, S. Elliott. You can just um, you don't have to do any digging. You just lay it on the ground and cover it with wood chips, and it'll grow fine.
Mm.
Yep.
So in Alabama, they say low 40s here in Alabama. It will be high 80s by the end of the week. Wow.
Yeah.
I just started a little late. Should have set the taters under UV early in January, Dusty Splinters. Abraham, slow down. You're fine. Slow down. You're fine. Okay.
Yeah,
SLA.
it'll all work out for him. Because
I
even
can't.
even if he doesn't go out there and cut them things down, he's still going to end up with some spears coming up. It's too early for him in Minnesota.
So Shirley says she can't dig. So can she just lay her potato chits on the ground and cover with compost and straw for wood chips or wood chips?
Yeah, for sure.
Jam's Farm. Will putting wood ashes in the hole when transplanting tomatoes benefit or hurt the plant?
I don't know.
Is that a Creedmoor or a Joe question?
I mean, we we stick so closely to wood chip compost. It works so well. It really does. I mean, the chips just break down into the greatest thing the plants can ever have. Mix in a few chickens and you can't lose.
Makes it
But
easy.
I really do like what Paul said about putting that in your chicken scratch. They're going to mix it all up, and you're going to have wonderful soil to use.
Yeah,
They're only going to make it better if you have chickens. Crown is underground, Abram.
Huh. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share, you guys. Please don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Too much wood ash can be bad for
Yeah,
what I've heard.
yeah. If you use it without caution, you can alter the pH.
Abram Matthews says, "Where is the crown? I planted asparagus last year and they did grow pretty tall for the first year. And then I just cut them down at ground level at the end of the year and covered with mulch."
that was too high. The crown is underneath the soil, and
That's the crown right there.
where so you want to break the asparagus off at the
You
crown.
kind of twist it. That's what I just did tonight. I pulled up, I don't know, about 25 of them or something. There's a lot of little twigs coming up. Where are the bigger ones? Are they going to come up later?
I don't know.
How long do they come up for?
As long as you keep picking
35
them,
years.
What?
35 years.
and they'll keep coming as long as you pick them. Break
Yeah, that's why I like to pick them because I know that they
Yep.
come.
We practiced a harvest on a sliding scale initially when I first started sowing asparagus many years ago, and the crowns would go in. So I guess I'll kind of speak to this gentleman, Abram. When we
Yeah.
purchase asparagus, we're purchasing asparagus crowns to grow, unless you're growing from seeds. And then those crowns are put in the soil, typically with the roots splayed out left to right, sort of like my fingers are now. Typically, conventional growers will create a hill in the soil, then they will splay out the crown legs. The dirt will go here, and then they will cover with 3 to 6 inches of soil over the top, and crowns will produce spears. Early on in the asparagus' life, it's still trying to draw energy and create energy and still trying to farm soil biology. So an ancient maybe wives' tale was only to harvest a few of them in the beginning and then let the spears become ferns and let the ferns become part of the nutrients cycling to the root system below. The following spring, your roots will be larger and stronger and they'll be able to produce more spears, larger
Hmm.
spears.
Say
Well,
that again.
yeah, typically when you get crowns, those crowns are already 1 or 2 years old if you buy them from someone,
Okay.
and then you put them in the ground. So this gentleman put them in the ground last year, and then he let them grow. He probably didn't harvest much because they grow skinny in the beginning because the root has
Right.
no energy because the crown is
Right.
just a baby.
Right.
Then the ferns come up. The ferns are basically evolved spears that have become. This is the part. I don't know if Joe is still there,
They're
but
going to seed, right?
not initially. The first thing that the fern does is it sequesters nitrogen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it first thing that fern does is that fern dumps more sugars into the ground, and it's trying to inspire the rhizobia bacteria to come to the root, so it can store
Oh,
nitrogen and strengthen the root and strengthen its resolve all winter long. All plants, all of them sequester nitrogen. All of them. We used to think only a few of them did. We used to think only legumes do, but that's not true. All of them do.
good.
Asparagus does a really good job of it through the soil interactions with the ferns. And
Hmm.
so this particular grower, really wouldn't have had anything to harvest in the first year anyway. Maybe a few thin spears, which when I was saying before that I followed that convention where we harvested on a slide. If I grew 10 spears, I would only pull 3 spears and let the other 7 grow into ferndom. In the second year,
Burned
if I
them.
got
Is that a word?
I
Burned them.
make stuff up on the fly, folks.
I know. I
But in
love
the
it. I love you.
in
You're
the
like
second
me. I
year,
do that sometimes too.
yeah, I mean, I really like to describe what I'm feeling and
Well,
thinking,
that
and
yes, but that's descriptive. Should be a word.
yeah. So if we come back around the second year and we've got new spears, generally those spears are going to be a little bit thicker, a little bit stronger, and we can harvest a few more. So if 10 come up, maybe I'll harvest 5, 6, 50%, 55%, letting the rest go to fern, letting the rest begin to sequester nutrients and nitrogen, letting it farm the soil biology, letting the root or the crown, where we snap it off, grow stronger and more robust. This, as far
Right.
as I know, is a wives' tale because I've also planted asparagus and just gone right to town picking them right out of the gate. So I
Wow.
don't know if it really makes sense, but some of you, like if Charles is here listening, he's another grower. I think he's heard me talk about this a lot about asparagus. Um, Sometimes you can overpick an asparagus and the crown will die. It will die
Oh.
um, because it's basically a baby, and we don't see a lot of crown death because the soil is so packed with energy. You know what I mean? And does it make sense to let them go to fern? At some point, if you start to see yellowing in the spears, if they're not their true purple, blue, or green, or deep, deep color, that's a good indication that you should probably stop picking them. If they're coming out of the ground, they're white and they're mostly colorless.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, then
Interesting.
just let them grow. Let them go to fern. Let them go to fern. The fern will really, really bring a lot of energy to the
You
table,
ever
and
seen
then
ours get white like yours? Mm-mm.
the following year, you'll get gigantic spears. Um, there's the thumb of a basque right there. It's like an inch across, and that's the size of spears we get. That thick,
Mm.
about an inch in diameter. So they grow very thick, very fast. The cycle is continuous. Once spring hits, I will harvest probably 75 to 80% of everything that comes up in my mature beds. The only stuff I leave behind is if it's too small to eat. They come back every
Mm.
year, just like Paul said. You break them off at the top of the crown.
Uh-oh, we lost you again. We
back.
can't hear you. Weird. Now it's double.
It's like
I'm
says,
echoing.
when the man upstairs wants me to stop talking, he does this for me.
No.
It's okay. I'm good with that guy.
I'm good with
That's
that
my
guy.
guy. You know, you gotta be.
Why is it doing it again? That's bizarre. What triggers it?
I think it's the
We can't hear you. Now you're frozen. What do you think it is?
Am I back? No.
You're back, but very quiet.
Okay, is that better?
I know, J Buck. Fancy internet. He's right.
Now I'm not. Yeah, but I think you did this before you had that internet.
Yeah, I think you're right. I still work for the man upstairs, so if he wants to shut me up, he's gonna shut me up. Just do what the
Well,
boss tells me.
I don't. We appreciate you.
That's astute.
Can't hear you at all. Go back in again. It's super distant. You have to leave and come back, I think. Or wait, maybe not. Smile, Papa Gautschi. I think the reason is an echo is because the yeast is pickling up Carol talking delayed, and it's picking up her talking on his microphone. Whose microphone? Creedmoor's? That's interesting. Oops, I'm supposed to add. How long has it been sitting there? There you go. Isn't that weird how you have to come in and out like
It's bizarre. It did give me a chance to eat this artichoke.
I know, I keep wondering if I should feed Paul while we're sitting here.
I don't want to eat.
Oh my gosh, you guys haven't eaten dinner yet?
That's okay.
Echo
And
is gone.
we're in Washington though. The times, earlier.
Yeah, it's
Oh, that's true.
7:40,
Oh, yeah.
7:49.
That's good.
I've never
It's a
seen a
bluebird.
spear in
You
3
see that?
years since planting crown. Maybe
And
wildlife
there,
eats it before it ever gets noticed. Spear grew. I see
it's not there anymore. It sees
Weird.
ferns, but no spears? That's weird.
That is weird.
Because the fern is a mature
It comes after
Product
the
of the spear.
Yeah. It had to be a spear before it was a fern.
Yeah. Just maybe small.
Yeah.
Granny 74 is starting a homestead. Good evening, everyone. Just setting in.
Hello, Granny.
Settling in at home, getting dinner started and whatnot. Where are you, Granny? Creedmoor eating a midnight snack.
Garden
Joseph's
snack, good any time of the day.
gotta run. Get well, Paul and Carol. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, Creedmoor.
Pleasure, Joseph.
Thanks,
It's good
Joseph.
having you with us.
Thanks for coming. Is he one of your friends, Creedmoor?
He is now. Any friend of Paul's is a friend of mine. Any friend of Carol's a friend of mine, too. I'm just saying. So Granny's just getting a homestead going in Oregon. I like it. That's really, really cool. It's never too late. It's really not.
Something because I can't wait that long to eat. Got this
So I'm curious to know, hey Granny, how is it going? Is there anything that Paul can help you out with? Is there any wisdom or advice that he may be able to lay in to make things a little easier?
Or
It's been
Creedmoor
helpful
or
for
anybody
all.
else that's on here.
Of it. That's really sweet, Jesus. That was really sweet of Jesus saves.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, right, J Buck? They're near you probably. I mean, it's a big state, but oh, it's okay, Abram. I am East of Eden grower, so you're okay. So Jam's Farm says, I don't have friends. I got family. Welcome to my dinner table. Dinner table, brothers. Jam sounds like Justin. Justin's my friend who was always telling me that he doesn't have any friends. It's kind of ironic because, like, he can call me any time of the day or night and ask me any question, say whatever he wants to me. And I'm just like, I'll take it all, you know? So maybe I'm not a friend, I'm a brother. So, Jam, I'd like to offer you my brother as a friend. His name is J Buck, and he's a great guy. Oh, okay, Paul. So she asked a question about topsoil and wood chips last week, it sounds like. And she was curious to know how soon she could plant in it. We're working on getting that going. If I
You
recall correctly, yeah.
can plant right away, and just take what you get.
Yep. The sooner you sow, the better.
Yeah.
So Dusty's commenting on how valuable a garden helper is to have. I could not agree with Dusty more. Right. Dusty suggests working on your food forest while you're younger and maybe perhaps a little more vigorous. I think I agree. We like to do those heavy duty, heavy lifting chores when we're a little younger if we can. But if we can't, so Granny's going to put her fruit trees down the hill by the goats and the pigs soon. Any
Well, keep.
commentary on that? Would
Yeah,
the pigs be a problem there, or
you don't want goats around fruit trees. They're gonna kill them. And pigs, yeah, you don't want livestock around your fruit trees, no matter what kind it is. It's just they
yeah,
don't
that's a
don't
great
don't
point.
don't do well together.
Jams, I agree. Justin is definitely like a brother to me. People just become important to you when they send enough love your way. You can't see it another way. Moving the compost and wood chips a little at a time, small tasks every day. Oh gosh, I was younger too when I started, and we would use the pitchfork, the broad fork, to put them on the carpet, and then I would act like a mule and drag the carpet to different locations, and then pull it up to get the chips off of it and rake them into place. Humble beginnings. We didn't really know what to do back then. We just worked with what we had. Now I use a gorilla cart. The gorilla cart holds more. It has two wheels. It doesn't tip over. That's using your head. You know, one of the reasons I'm such a big proponent of compost and wood chips is because technically speaking, they're lighter than dirt. Around here, all the dirt's red clay, so it seems like it's even heavier. Only way you can get heavier than that is rocks, right?
Yep.
So Abram says, if I don't snap it down to the crown, will it ever shoot up spears?
No, you see, by breaking it off, the plant realizes I have to send a new shoot out. If there's something there, it's filled with space, and so it's not going to put anything else out. See, it's a pruning process, and pruning stimulates growth.
And Abram, it's okay. Keep asking questions. Trust me, you're not doing anything wrong. If we can't really expand on the concept, you may never get what you're looking for. And really, it's so true. More on that whole concept of pruning for fruit. You know, fruit trees are similar. Grapevines are similar, especially grapevines. If we don't prune them, they're not going to produce a healthy crop because they
I,
produce the grapes on first year growth. So
yeah, I
to
just
let
pruned
the
all my
grapes get
grapes,
older.
and it was so nice getting that done because you can just they're going to come on great.
Oh yeah. Oh, that moment after you get done pruning them from oh, the relief.
Yeah, and so much comes out, man. This is amazing. How much comes out.
Dusty, I'm with you. 5 foot rows. Um, I'm an older gardener, and the longest row I plant is 7 feet. Outside of my potatoes, those get planted further. You know, I'll 25 foot of those, but no more 50 footers. If you were to do 50 foot of tomatoes in the back to Eden garden, that's a lot of responsibility once those tomatoes start coming in. What do you do, Paul? Do you plant 50
And
tomato plants?
no, anyway, it was a question about it's not too late to prune grapes. Now's a fine time to do it. What about the potatoes now?
What's the longest rows that you are working with right now? It's almost the length or depth of your garden.
Yeah,
Is what you
and
usually do. So
I plant the rows. The 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 width is less than the length, and I plant. What I use my rake as a marker, and a
yeah,
rake blade and a half is what I plant rows in between. I don't know what that figures out in inches, but it's maybe like a foot and a half. I don't know, but
yeah, and that works beautifully, right? You can get in there and you can manage all your
yeah,
plants,
yeah,
no problem.
and the rake. I always have the rake. It's always so it's just a real usable tool, for measuring all kinds of things. I don't know if it's ever too late to prune the grapes. I mean, I prune all year long. My apple trees, if they set out shoots what I want, I rub them off. So I don't know that there's a time frame that's critical. I don't think that it matters.
Yeah, I typically try to do it when it's cooler out because it's such a chore when it's hot.
Yeah. And I like that. The pruning. The trees when there's no leaves, everything's open and it's much more accessible. It's just easier to do.
Yeah, absolutely. If there's no leaves on them, it makes it so much easier to see the form that you're looking for.
Yeah, you have great access.
Definitely easier to see the sick, maybe material that you might want to cut back and
Right.
not have come through. Okay, it sounds like Granny's not planning on putting the piglets with the fruit trees.
I sure wouldn't.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty
those pigs are great for. They'll uproot everything, man. They're great for clearing ground.
Yeah, right. They really will turn over a garden plot in no time at
Yeah,
all.
they'll clear a space out, man. They'll totally open it up. They get everything out.
Yeah, Kelly Smith says that wood chip gardening beats digging for sure.
Yeah.
2 thumbs up, Kelly. You got that right. Oh, Kelly's also asking what I use now. I use the Gorilla Carps, the largest one that I could get my hands on at Tractor Supply. I'm not trying to advertise for them, but it really does hold a lot of wood chips. And what I like about it is it has 2 handles and 2 wheels, and I can actually pull it behind me with one hand. It's so well balanced. It moves far more chips than I ever could with a carpet before. And for those of you out there that know I have a tractor with a payloader, yes, I turn my large piles of compost with the tractor. I still do the small piles manually by hand. And as far as bringing the wood chips to the garden goes, I can say this. I keep my wood chip repository about 75 feet from my main garden, so it's relatively close, so it's a short distance away. We happen to be blessed with the extra space. There's good turnaround room for the trucks when they come in to drop them off. And I try never to double handle things. If I can avoid double handling them, I'd rather not lift them and move them again. If it's going to go to the garden, that's one thing, but I don't want to have to move them from the top of a hill to the bottom of a hill. That's really tough. It wasn't always like that.
I think as you get older, you pay attention. You make things easier for
Oh,
yourself.
yeah. So true. So true. Wisdom comes.
Yep.
Weeds. Oh, it looks like Buddy was pulling weeds and he accidentally pulled his asparagus crowns out.
Oh,
So they were the size of the palm of his hand and larger. Wow,
yeah.
that
That's
sounds like he could have planted them again, right, Paul? They could have gone
yeah.
right back in the
Put them
ground.
put them back. Yeah.
He probably did. He looked at it, was like, wow, and stick it back in the ground. Yes. Okay, so Abram Matthews is asking again. He said, what I pruned was from last year. So he's just clarifying that. He hasn't pruned the asparagus this year. He says, so then can I just snap it off now and the spring and then it will send up shoots? Yes.
For sure.
So can
Yeah.
you do that anytime for asparagus?
Yeah. You can.
Yeah.
I could keep picking asparagus all summer long if I just keep breaking it off. My thought is though I need to give it a break because it needs to create that fern, feed the crown to keep it developed. This is it's an ongoing process of developing itself, and so by not letting a fern grow, I'm weakening my crown.
So Jam's talking about having trouble with her apple tree. It's 10 years old and it's not fruiting well, but it was struck by lightning a few years ago. Do you have any experience after lightning strikes, Paul?
I haven't had any lightning strikes hit a tree, so I have had no experience with that. I don't know. But if a tree hasn't produced for 10 years, I would take it out and plant something else. That's just too long to wait for
Yeah,
fruit.
that's a really long time. There is something that you could try, but I've never done it on a 10-year-old tree before, and it's called a root tracing. Old arborist trick. And what we would do is we would take a spade shovel and we would go out to the drip line or the weep line of the fruit tree, and then we would shove that spade shovel into the ground, severing the lateral roots of the fruit tree. What's beyond the fruit tree's root system will begin to decay, drop sugars into the soil. It very gently stresses the tree, and in response to stress, it procreates. It will switch over and procreate. Whether or not that's going to work for a 10-year-old apple tree that's been struck by lightning, I really can't answer that myself. I don't know. But I do know that we have had to induce fruiting of several species of apple trees because we planted them the Back to Eden way, and they were so ridiculously satisfied. They were that they were like growing phenomenally. We would see 8 to 10 feet of growth every year from these apple trees. We got tired of chopping it off the top. And old Indians said, "Hey, why don't you go ahead and stress the tree because the tree is too happy?" And I said, "Hey, how do I do that?" And he said, "Hey, go get a shovel and stab it into the ground at the weep line." And being an arborist, I knew exactly what that meant. Once I started the practice of doing that, the apple tree responded by fruiting. So hopefully that's slightly more than an anecdotal idea or concept. It may work for you. It's not difficult to do. The first thing, of course, I think that Paul will probably concur is to put wood chips and cover the soil at the base of the tree so that it can continue to grow the way it's supposed to, like it did in nature before we got involved. And the ground will soften, and then making those cuts along the outside edge of that tree to sever those roots will be very easy. If it's in clay, hard pan clay, it's very difficult to get the whole spade into the ground, but it's not
Yeah.
impossible. It's just more work.
Hmm.
When is it too late to prune grapes?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean,
Yeah, like if I have something growing in a space I don't want, I prune it no matter what time of year it is, because it's just in the way, So I haven't found anything negative from that, So I don't know.
hmm, hmm. You know what? The only time I could think that might be not the best time is when it's setting fruit. Like when it's actually flowering and producing the fruit. That would probably not be the best time to prune.
I could, yeah,
Huh?
yeah, it's fine.
You can't eat one?
Yeah,
But I too, just like Paul, I prune my grapes have to be pruned in the summer and they have to be pruned in the winter or the fall. So they just grow so much that if
yeah,
I don't if I don't prune them, the sunlight won't get into the canopy
right.
and the canopy will hold too much moisture and then we end up with fruiting issues which we don't want. And honestly, when I'm done doing that summer prune, they look gorgeous. It's
Yeah,
almost like
for
they're
sure.
thanking me. They're like, "Thank you, Creedmoor. We
Hmm.
look great now."
Hmm.
And we get way too many grapes. So if you're hoping for grapes, prune. J Buck from the bed. Thank you, J Buck. Okay, so Dusty's got 100 tomato starts under lights.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. I would be very intimidated by that.
Yeah, no kidding, man. That's a full-time farm.
Yeah. I'm looking for a wagon to pull behind my four-wheeler. Oh, hey, Jams. Um, the Gorilla Cart line of carts has a dump body trailer that you can pull behind your four-wheeler.
Hey, you know what? Not to be rude, but I'm going to feed my husband because look at this.
Absolutely.
Let go.
Oh, that looks fantastic.
Because he's hungry and I got to eat before my I have
Blood
a certain
sugar
time.
drops.
What's that?
She sounds like she wants to eat before like her blood sugar drops or something.
Oh, I don't.
No, it's intermittent fasting.
Oh,
I
okay.
can't wait. I can't wait that long to eat. So I just realized, man, if I don't eat now, I'm gonna mess. Who's gonna eat? So just keep.
Yeah, great
Sorry
advice
to
here
be
from
rude.
Anderson's too. Anderson Prairie's Farm, he's saying that he eats the big asparagus shoots, but he lets the little ones just go ahead and go to fern. So
Mm-hmm.
simple. Such a simple way to do it. I mean, oh yeah, and then Dusty's asking if that apple tree has a wound from the lightning strike. I would imagine it probably does. Spray the zucchini with BT at what point in their growth? So Wade, you're concerned with, I'm gonna go out on a limb and say squash vine borer. So the bacillus would be a preventative measure for that. Um, if you're at that place where you need to use the BT, you're going to want to use it before the squash vine borer is spotted in your garden. You're going to want to use it again after a heavy rain. You're going to want to thoroughly drench the bottom of the leaves and the stem down to the soil and also treat your soil. And then eventually that particular organism will colonize and stay living there. Yeah, right. Dusty Splinters was saying the same thing I think I was kind of alluding to. And I don't even know if it's entirely true. Probably not good to prune young new growth that has blossoms on it. I'd never take blossoms off. I'm always afraid, like, maybe that might be the only flush of blossoms that I'm going to get. And if I remove them, I won't get another one. Many grape, a lot of grape species are actually twice flowering species, especially the domestic ones. And what that means is that the plant holds in reserve a small amount of energy in the event that it gets a late freeze or a late frost that burns the tips. The plant can actually push some new blossoms out. So, in my opinion, cutting blossoms off sounds like it would be risky. So, good point, Dusty. Yeah, while pruning some, Anna says pruning some underflower is probably not a bad thing. Maybe not. So Elliot wants to know, grow them.
On your lip.
You've got some grape seeds? Absolutely. I save thousands of grape seeds. I grow 4 or 5 different varieties, and we initially saved enough seeds to create a brand new vineyard, which, when you grow your plants from seed, you're going to know everything about them. They're going to be your babies. So, there's a whole lot that can come with that. You can very easily start plants and give them away to other people. I stopped doing that because grapes come with a rather large responsibility associated with them.
Why'd you say that?
Well, folks don't want to do the trellis work.
Oh, I
They
see.
put them on the ground. They don't do as well.
Oh wow. They don't. They don't trellis them.
No, and they grow on the ground and then they say they're not producing any fruit. And I
What's the
go over
reason?
there and I look, and it's like, well, you're not pruning them, you're not trellising them. They're not elevated. There's no hydrology here. I wouldn't fruit either. You know. Let's see, Peter's
Interesting.
honey fig is loaded with figs. They appeared even before leaves. Seems too early, but that's
That's
Peter's
the
honey
nature.
fig. Paul,
Yeah, the nature
that's
of figs
yeah.
produce fig before there's any leaves. That's just their nature. I
I knew I
love
remembered
figs.
that.
Figs are great.
When do you get figs where you live?
we just got, I actually traded some cherry trees for fig trees. So we just got 2 giants and 2 American figs. So I'm really excited about that because apparently they're both indigenous to North Carolina. I had no idea, but they're doing fantastic. Holy cow. Everything loves
Yeah,
the back to Eden method. It all does.
figs are really good food for us. They're very, very nutritious.
Carol,
Yeah.
Jam's Farm wants to know what is intermittent fasting.
Intermittent fasting. Look it
No,
up.
internet.
Intermittent fasting. You don't like. I don't eat from
It-
like 11 in the morning to 12 in the morning. I'm not supposed to eat. I think today I started eating at around 1, so I can eat as late as 9 o'clock, but I don't want to wait any longer. So I don't like going to bed right after I eat. But anyway, you should look it up. It's interesting. It works really good. And we only
yeah,
eat.
Dusty's saying the same.
We
Dusty lost
usually
90 pounds.
Mhm. we only
Holy,
we usually eat maybe one meal a day, one big meal. We just don't need to eat that much, so we don't really eat that much.
And then if I'm outside in the garden, I'm always grazing.
yeah,
Yeah.
So you're always,
there
and
is a
to me,
lot of that.
that's the best way to eat. Pick and eat.
Yeah, it's fresh and it's alive.
16
So
hour
that's
fast,
great.
is that familiar? Or is that the time frame, roughly
Six-
16 hours?
16. About that, yeah.
Okay.
So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah.
I mean, that's
16.
fantastic advice right there. 16-hour, the intermittent fast, and graze in the garden.
Yeah.
It's
He
going to lead
doesn't,
to longevity.
Paul doesn't do intermittent fasting. I do.
No, but he grazes in the garden.
Yeah.
Combined effect.
I feel better. I don't eat, I eat too much probably because I eat like as large a portion as Paul eats pretty much. So, but if I only eat one meal, I'm good. And every now and then I'll eat yogurt too. But it's within that time limit. It just
Dusty says
works.
it takes time to adjust, right? It takes a little time to adapt to the fasting.
Well, I mean, it depends on how much food means to you. I think I eat to live, but I don't live to eat.
And Jam, no need to apologize. The irony of how your statement came out was not lost on me, and Carol understood it perfectly anyway. We're just having fun. You didn't do anything wrong.
Oh,
But this is great conversation because I personally don't really know a whole lot about that type of fasting, but I've heard people say wonderful things about it. And is on par with what it should be.
well, what's good about it is it teaches your body to deny itself, and I have a hard time with that because when I want something, I want it, and so it's cool spiritually too because if you want to, if you're fasting and praying about something, you can extend the fast. Like I might pray and ask the Lord what I'm supposed to do, and He'd say, "I want you eating until like 5 o'clock today." And so I've got from 5 to 8 or 9 to eat, and that's it. I haven't been fasting full days too much anymore, but I definitely fast. And when you fast and pray, because you're denying your flesh, you get revelation from God that's really unique. And you also get, you know, you just get these cool insights, and you can also get, answers to prayer, and it's really pretty cool. God's designed us and designed the way in which He wants us to be in really amazing ways. And when He says, those things come out with fasting and prayer, when I have something that's really um, pressing, and I feel like I really need to go before Him and petition Him for something, if I fast and pray, I see things happen, a lot more frequently than if I just pray.
Almost like it helps open up a conduit to new visions.
Well, it does. And it gives you, like I said, when you're fasting, you're denying your flesh, so you're opening your other reception, or other receptive, like your mind, will, and emotions is your soul. Your spirit is who you basically are, your character, and then you got your body. But so when you say no to your body, I wonder if she has to go to the bathroom. When you say no to your body, it opens up another level in your spirit for insight. You know how it is with someone that's blind; they can feel and smell and do
Yeah, right.
any. You know what I
Their
mean?
other
It makes
senses
them.
are so much more keen.
Yeah.
There's just another awareness that opens up, and that's so it is in the spirit. And anyway, my dog's crying, so I'm gonna go see what's up. I think I might have to put her outside so she can go to the bathroom or something.
Real great insight right there.
Yeah, so
Oh, and hey,
denying your flesh is a big deal. Whether it's food or anything else, because our flesh is wants to dominate always.
so now maybe Paul, does the way that you eat change during fasting? Is there
Have to
a
go back.
specific pattern of foods that's more beneficial, or the things to lay off of, things to concentrate, maybe more protein, or is there any ideas about any of that stuff?
No, I haven't. I don't really get caught up with the whole idea of protein. And I just eat what I'm growing, and I've never my weight has been the same since I was 16 years old. Hasn't changed at all. Um, I don't know, just keep it simple, and so I don't have a whole lot of rules and regulations and those kind of things. It's just
Let's see. Ooh, got one more comment coming in from Jam's Farm. Jam says that the lightning strike did create a wound, and now the apple tree is flowering.
well,
Can't
my
make fruit
my
without
my
flowering.
my apple trees are flowering now. This is the time of year they do flower. So,
Yep.
um, I don't know that the wound had any effect on the flowering. I would not think so.
Yeah, I'm curious. Did it not flower before? Is this the first flower? If this is the first flower, maybe that's a sign of progress.
Yeah,
I,
this this
for the life
this
of
is
me,
the,
have no
this,
idea.
this is the time of
How would you
year.
get fruit?
Well, you're not going to get fruit unless you flower, and with apples, unless you have cross pollination, you're not going to get fruit. And so
Right.
there's definitely two criteria that have to happen before fruit develops.
So, do you suspect if this particular grower has a second flower tree a second tree that's flowering in the same family, that there's a chance that pollination could occur despite the fact that it's been struck by lightning?
For sure, yeah. If it's
Yeah.
blooming and it
Yeah.
gets pollinated, it's going to have fruit, irregardless of the lightning.
Yeah. So this may be a step in the right direction.
Well, it's encouraging, yeah. Just saying, the lightning didn't hurt it. We're fine.
They're amazingly resilient as well. They're really strong. They can come back from some pretty tough stuff.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. If you don't like your tree, just cut it off at the base low, and you'll get a multiple instead of a single leader, you get multiple growth, and you can develop a much fuller, nicer tree.
Right. That's we were discussing that the other day. That is an absolute other way. It is legitimate.
Yeah, it works.
Yeah.
Well,
Mother
I
Nature
think
will produce a whole new tree.
it's interesting how it talks about how the Father prunes the trees so they bear more fruit. You see, we look at pruning as a subtraction. God looks at pruning as a multiplication. It's really awesome. Yeah, the
Yeah, it does seem
advantage
to
of
just
the,
bring
the
change.
advantage of pruning of grafting new different varieties into the tree, it really guarantees good cross pollination because all you need is wind. You don't need any bees because it's in the tree. When the wind blows, it's going to cross pollinate, which is really advantageous.
Right. Similar to how corn pollinates as well.
Yeah, right. I had a pear tree, a Bosc pear, that was living here for several years, quite large, bloomed tremendously, but never produced fruit. And so I'm asking God, I says, God, what's up to this? I have pear trees 30 feet away. It's close enough. Why am I getting fruit? And he says, graft into the tree another pear variety. And I did. The second year, that graft really bloomed
Ooh.
a lot. And the Holy Spirit says, just watch that tree. That year, that tree was loaded with fruit. It was phenomenal, man. It was like, wow, incredible.
Wow. That's amazing.
It was
I'm gonna
phenomenal,
remember that.
So if you're not having good fruiting, graft something into the tree, another variety.
I have some for you too, but wait till you're done. She took off.
Oh man. I think J Buck is gone. I know he would have remembered exactly which grafting video that was that you made. He would have been able to put Granny right on it.
Yeah, it's so grafting is the system I use is very simple. The you want to what's critical is the only live part of the tree is the cambium layer below the bark. The center of the tree is not living; it's dead. It's just there for support. And so when you graft, you want to make sure the material you're grafting is the same size, same outside diameter. And so what I do is the part I'm grafting into, I split in the center, and the one I'm grafting into it, I cut at an angle like this, slide into that center, and I use black tape. And by using the black tape, that pulls everything together and lines things up. And the black tape keeps it from moving. And because it's black, when the sun hits it, it gets warmer and heals quicker. Black tape is awesome for grafting, man. It just really makes it very effective and workable. It's just so cool. Get it at the dollar store. And you want to get the cheap Taiwanese tape. The US black tape won't stretch and it doesn't work as well. So that really thin stuff that stretches is the best tape to use. Dollar store.
Perfect. And it's not even that expensive.
No, and it's so cool. When it all happens, here you're looking, you have these trees with these multiple colors fruit in the same tree. It's really kind of cool looking.
Yeah, you can make a pretty interesting set of trees that way by
Yeah, grafting.
having multicolors and multi types of fruits. And so, is there a
And
general rule or a guide for species? Would you
yeah,
generally
apple
speak
to apple, pear to pear. You're
apple
not
to
gonna,
apple, pear to pear?
yeah. And the time to do it is when in the dormant. That's the time you want to graft. You want to do it in the spring when it's growing because it's not going to work. So dormancy is the time to do the grafting when it's dormant, wintertime. But what's nice about that? See, my orchard's full now. I can't plant more trees, but to have new varieties, I can graft, and so I can always keep adding new varieties. That never ends.
It's full till he decides that he doesn't like that tree anymore.
So Jam's asking if you've tried air pruning.
What
Now,
is
I'm
air?
not entirely sure if they mean air pruning or air rooting.
I don't know what that is.
Air
So
rooting.
we air root, and as far as air pruning goes, that's
I don't.
something that happens
I,
to roots when plants are grown in pots that have holes all the way around them.
Hmm.
So if I could answer the question related to air rooting, we have been very successful at air rooting fruit trees and citrus trees and roses, and a few other trees as well. It's very easy to do. And it just involves basically a small amount of soil, removing the cambium layer, about 1 inch of it. You can use root tone on that as a hormonal antagonist to new growth.
you know what?
Pack it in soil.
You know what really works amazing for root tone
Honey.
is willow bark.
Oh, yes.
Take willow bark and make tea. That stuff,
Yes.
man. Everything roots in that. That's phenomenal
Yeah.
rooting agent. It is incredible.
Yeah. Willow is amazing.
It's you can stick any piece of willow on the ground, it grows. I mean, it's just they are so prolific.
Yes. So jams, yes. Air rooting is really a nice process. I like it. If you have a strong host plant, you can air root off of whatever strong branches exist, off of the stem. You can use it to keep a tree shorter or dwarfed. You can use it to multiply the amount of trees that you have very easily. I find that it takes anywhere from 4 to 6 weeks, typically in season, to get the air root to form. And then once you do that, you're off and running because you've already got a stick, a stem, leaves, and a root system. It's really, really fantastic. It's sort of like the opposite of grafting, where you're grafting,
Right.
you're bringing tree to tree, but where you're air rooting, you're taking a tree off of a branch, and now you're making another tree. So
Right.
they're great options. If you're trying to start an orchard or something, maybe 20 trees from 2 trees, you can really do it quite well like that.
Hmm.
So it's an
Takes a while.
enormous amount of diversity.
Anyway, Granny 74. It doesn't matter. The cyan wood doesn't matter where you cut that off your tree. Any that doesn't make any difference. Where it comes from the tree doesn't matter. It's just what the material is has to connect with what you're grafting into.
I have a favorite ancient rose that died back inside my pot, and it's coming up through the holes at the bottom. Can you believe it? It wants to live so much. So I probably should call you, Creedmoor, and find out how to do that.
Yeah, we can make that live. Roses are amazing.
This is a really ancient rose, and it's full of stickers, but it's got the best fragrance of just about any rose I've ever smelled.
Oh,
You
that's
can
the
tell
best
it's just a
kind.
really what?
That's the best kind.
I know. I
You know,
really
I
would
mean, I,
like to
I grow
get.
them for the fragrance. They're beautiful, but I love the smell.
I
Yeah.
know, and it's usually the really old roses that have the best, and they're full of stickers that have the best because they're the super. That roses are actually medicinal.
Yeah, the hybrid
Very
roses,
much.
they
They're
grow
not
them so they don't have any thorns, but
nothing.
they're
They
nothing.
don't smell like.
They don't have the quality that the real roses do.
Yeah.
Yeah, if anybody has a rose bush that's really exceptional, I would love a cutting from it because I really, really like roses, and I can't ever find any that I
Hmm.
really, really like because they're usually,
Hmm.
you
You
know.
don't say. I know this grower. He does this back to Eden growing stuff, and he has these roses where the trunks on them are between 2 and 3 inches around.
Awesome.
Wow.
The roses themselves stand between 6 and 8 feet tall.
Oh my word. Are they fragrant and old like some of the old roses?
Oh yeah. Oh
Oh
yes.
my word!
Very,
Oh, I
very
love
fragrant.
that.
Very
I
fragrant.
wonder if you get. I wonder if you could get me a couple cuttings or something.
I'd be willing to bet he probably could get you exactly what you need to make another rose.
Oh, that'd be awesome. Because I'd like to have 3 or 4 nice roses. All I have is this one, and it's a poor thing. I had it in a container.
Oh,
Mistake. I shouldn't have done it. I think I'm gonna get it out of the container and put it in, probably out by the road or something.
Anyway, Jan's farm.
yeah.
Once a rose is dead, you're not gonna bring it back to life. It's when it's dead, it's dead.
Why? What is she saying?
Oh, she says,
Well,
"Can I
dead is pretty,
bring back a rose that is dead?"
but partly
Well,
dead, or
I mean, does she have any root left or anything?
Well, if the thing's dead, that means
Well, maybe just the
there's no root
branches.
left.
Maybe she. How does she know it's dead? She must know something that she. I mean, once it's dead, it's dead. Paul's right, but there might be some. This crazy rose of mine. Do you see how it's coming out the bottoms of my pot?
I haven't seen it. No.
Oh man, it's nuts.
We really struggled with them in the beginning. Before I met that guy from Washington, holy cow, we couldn't grow a rose to save our life. I mean, this guy that I know, he couldn't grow roses to save his life.
Really?
No, I've loved
They're
roses
eight
since I was
feet
a kid.
tall. They must be like
Yeah,
the old. They're probably like
they're
the
massive.
old roses.
They're 6 to 8 feet around and 6 to 8 feet tall.
Oh my.
Wow.
I have there's four of them that are super mature. They are 5 years old, and they're
What?
old stock. Yeah.
Only
Oh yeah,
5 years old?
we grow some amazing things by the back to Eden method. It's much of it is
Wow, that's so
it's ridiculous.
cool.
People can't even understand and comprehend it. They come from miles around to get to my roses. I find old people in my front yard stealing my roses on the regular. And then I find out it's just
Are
my
you
mom and
serious?
dad. It's like, what in the world? Why are y'all over here stealing my roses? Because they're the nicest ones in town. But it's those wood chips. I mean, I can't say enough about them. We make sure that there's always 4 to 6 inches of wood chips at the base of the roses. And as the roses grow wider, we expand the beds to accommodate the roses. I do not practice chopping them down to just above the ground because there's no need to. Um, but plenty of people do. They'll get insect infested, they'll get Japanese beetles, and then the next thing you know, they're chopping the whole rose down. And it'll grow back, but it'll never achieve what these do. These roses, I mean, the trunk's like this.
Wow.
You could
Crazy.
they're like baseballs, so big and so round, and the
Like
trees are,
trees, yeah.
yeah, they're trees. They really are. And funny because I think it was James was asking about the air rooting, and that's one of the things that we do is those massive roses are my host rose trees.
Wait a
And
minute. So these are your roses?
oh no, this guy I know that practiced. All
So
right, I
it's
gave
not
that up.
you.
It is.
It is you?
It is.
You stinker.
Yeah, we really really do well with the roses. We really do. That's
Yeah,
a
no
passion.
kidding.
That's a passion because I
I
I
want
love
to
a
come to
plant that
your
can defend
house.
itself. Could you imagine a plant has thorns and you can't get to it? I love it. I just love it. They grow so well. The birds love them. We got birds back, sparrows, because of the roses. So it's like
Oh.
once you put it all together and you're like, oh, so they just needed habitat
Creedmoor,
and somewhere to be
can
protected.
you can you take pictures of them and send them to me?
Yeah, I could probably
I'd
show
like to
everyone
see
what
them.
they look like right now. Y'all want to see them right now?
I don't know. Here.
Sure.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
So you're gonna take us out there with the flashlight or what?
Probably.
Because it's getting dark here, and so I would imagine it's real dark there.
It's okay. We'll figure it out.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, it seems silly that I'd even mention it and then not be willing to show them.
Yeah, you should take us on a tour of your place sometime.
I so want to. I really, really do. I also want to find a flashlight.
It would be nice to do it like on the live because then you could
Oh,
explain to
holy
people
cow!
what you
They're
did
massive.
to get it. What's that?
They're so big right now. I know I'm gonna find a flashlight somewhere.
How many people are left online?
23.
25 or
Cool.
23,
So
24.
please, can you tell them to share and what is it called? Ding the bell or
Yeah,
whatever it's called.
yeah. Y'all go ahead and if you can touch the three white dots on the upper right hand side of your screen, it'll bring you to a place where you can actually select like, and you can subscribe and even share.
Thank you.
It's interesting.
Can't wait till stuff starts coming up because then we can take you guys out there. Right now it's just kind of, soil, pretty much. Starting to see
Got it.
little seedlings coming up.
Oh, it's
Is he taking us with him?
Yeah.
you can see that they're just
Is he taking us with him?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Loaded with roses.
We're doing the repeat, Pete. Repeat. Wonder why it does that with him. Wonder why it does that with him. Hey, everybody. Hey, everybody.
Okay, it's cold out there.
Are people asking questions, honey?
No, not yet.
Is he still there?
He's there, but he's back in the house. He didn't make it out to this rose bush.
Creedmoor, what's going on? Are people still on?
Yeah, there's 23 people.
Did that work? Looks like it's working.
There's actually frost on them.
Do you want to say anything?
Well, he's out there
He's
now,
out there now
and trying to show
trying to
the
show
roses.
the roses.
Tell him it's on
Tell
echo
him it's on
again.
echo again.
He's taking you
He's
around.
taking you around.
Mhm.
Can you see his
Can you
place?
see his place?
Yeah, it's just
Yeah, it's
taking
just
out
taking
out
out
in the yard,
in the
showing the road
yard, showing
bushes.
the road bushes.
He's not talking.
He's not
No.
talking though. No.
Hey, Creedmoor, you have to
Creedmoor,
start
you
your
have to start your
phone over
phone
again.
over again.
Oh, I wasn't talking. I'm shivering.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
It's freezing out here.
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Go back
Go
in.
back
He was,
in. He's,
I'm going back in.
he's in the house now.
he's in the house now.
Holy cow. Okay, it's really cold out there.
Poor Creedmoor, we're sorry.
We're sorry.
No, it was really fun. I think I got some pictures because I saw a lot of hearts flying.
You might have to
You might have
hang
to
up and come
hang up
back.
and come back.
Press that button, Paul, when it says he's coming back.
Mm.
What?
All right, that should
He's
work.
crying.
Right.
Did I come back?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah, you're back.
Excellent. So basically what I had to do is, because the front of the house doesn't have Wi-Fi, I had to switch to the front of the house Wi-Fi when I went out to the rose bushes.
Tell him we can't hardly hear
We
him.
can't hardly hear him.
It's cold.
Creedmoor, I think you have to go
Creedmoor, I
away
think
and
you have
come
to
back
go away
again.
and come back again.
Because there's an echo and we
There's an
can't hear
echo
you
and we
very
can't
well.
hear.
Ta- All right, I'm starting to get the hang of this.
Yeah, now you're back.
All right, so like I was saying, the internet dies out when I go out front. So I had to switch to the Wi-Fi from the house
Even your
just so that I could get
fancy
the feed.
even your fancy Tesla internet?
Now, Creedmoor still has to buy a router
Oh,
to connect it all. Right now, it's just beaming in the window behind me. So I'm like, that's a window, and it's coming in the window to the phone. Everything changed when they moved this technology forward, and now my old router stuff doesn't work anymore. So it's like I gotta update and upgrade everything.
oh no, that's a
It's
lot
the
more
way, it's planned
expensive.
obsolescence. You know what I mean? They do that to us. They do it intentionally. Oh, Rose of Rugosa. I have not done Rugosa in many years. I used to grow them up in the Northeast. Yes, that's a great one. I had um, a lot better results with Rugosa when I was in a saline environment. I don't know if that makes sense, but they did really, really good when I lived on the beach. And as far as the rose hips goes, you got to have a specific number of cold hours in the winter to get rose hips properly. And this year we didn't get any. It's like they went right through dormancy, right into flowering. And if I got a handful of rose hips out of 10 gigantic roses, that would be a lot. But in all honesty, we do so much better by air rooting. those roses, because when you remove the air root from the main tree, you already have another bush. It's already ready to go in the ground.
Mm.
If it wasn't 37 degrees and after 11, I would show you what the babies look like too. We've got some good examples. Maybe we can get into some of that as the daylight savings works on our behalf. Another time between 8 and 8:30 here. It's not quite dark yet, but these days it's pretty dark early. You guys are
Mhm.
still under light after 8 o'clock, aren't you?
I don't know. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
Or it stays like open almost to 10 in June,
right.
at the summer solstice.
And that's about when I'll see 8:30 to 8:40 before the sun goes out. So we may still
Mm.
have some time.
Mhm. You're quite a bit further south in the latitude than we are, right?
Yes. Oddly enough, I'm still in the same growing zone.
I know.
Figure that. Explain that.
I don't get it. They changed everything, didn't they?
They did, and it's now I have no reservations about sending things to you guys because I know they'll grow.
That is weird.
Yep,
I hope they grow. I think they will.
I think they
I
will
mean, does
too.
that mean it's gotten warmer for us? I think it does.
It's either that or it's gotten colder for us, and that wouldn't surprise me in the least because it seems like it's gotten colder. And by that I mean means temperature, not averages, not
Well,
the coldest or the hottest.
I was I was surprised last year I was able to grow the heirloom tomatoes. They were huge because usually I can't get them to ripen here, even regular sized tomatoes. But it's been interesting. They don't ripen fast. That's the bummer. So they're not as sweet as they would be if they were, I'm talking about the big tomatoes. Like it's better to do like a Roma sized tomato here that, because it'll be
Yeah.
tasty and it's not too big. But the heirlooms took a while to ripen, and so they're not as sweet. But to
Mm.
to be able to grow them here was pretty amazing. So I don't know what I'm gonna. What's your favorite tomato to grow, Mr. Creedmoor? Creedmoor.
That's a great question. I like I do like the mid-sized tomatoes. I really do. But, I also like the grape and cherries because you can put like a handful of them in your pocket and they're so easy to pull off the plants and
I like.
they don't usually, we eat them so fast.
I make this pasta with the little tomatoes. I just cut them in half, and I'll use a lot of basil and lots of garlic, and I just make this pasta with it. It's really yummy. So I'm gonna grow some. I can't remember what they're called, but a million. They're called a million. Anyway, they come on a stem, and there's a whole bunch of tomatoes, and then we grow they're sun gold, right, Paul?
Sun gold, yeah.
Yeah, those
Yellow.
those orange ones are so good. They're called sun gold. Do you guys have those over there?
We do, but
Yeah.
I like these. They're mid-size.
What do you
They
like?
they get bigger
He's
than this.
just he's got it in his hand.
Oh, what is it?
Tomato.
I
Back to
know, but
Eden
what's the
tomato.
name of it?
What's his name?
It's called an interloper because
Interloper.
it's so,
See, that's what
yeah,
cracks me
it
up. I go over there and I see seeds I've never heard for before in my life.
yeah.
I
Yeah,
bought some
they
seeds.
only pop up in the garden after you forget exactly what you planted the year before.
Like
Very
I like going to
specific.
places like Greece and whatnot because they have these huge envelopes of seed. They're like 8 by 11. You cut it in half and that's the size of their seed packages. And there's some cool heirloom kind of stuff from the old country. Like I've gotten that kind of seed before in other countries, but the last time I was in Greece, I picked up some seeds from there, and it was really cool because they're different than what we grow here. I'm not even sure I was supposed to bring
Yeah.
them here, but I did.
I was gonna ask. Customs?
I
Customs,
know.
maybe?
I think I asked and they said, I don't know, they told me something about, yeah, you can do it. And I don't know, it was funny because it made me paranoid because I thought, man, I don't want to get busted for bringing seed into the United States. But
Right?
anyway,
Ugh. The agricultural police.
yeah, I know. But is that true
Yeah.
for every single? I don't remember. They told me something about. Anyway, anyway, maybe
We
I.
got such a laundry list of what we have to abide by to send seeds out. It's crazy. It really is. I can't believe it.
But it's weird because like I can buy seed from other countries, but see what's awful is they radiate them.
Yeah, and then there's no soil biology in them. So
Yeah,
you're getting a sterile seed that might not work. It's definitely not going to perform as well.
I know.
You know, we talk about a little bit. Sometimes we do something a little strange in the garden. Maybe it's not so strange, but there's an ancient Indian practice where, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about the tribe, but what they used to do is they would go to their lowlands and they would pull up tufts of grass.
Mm-hmm,
And at the base of the tufts of grass had soil biology and, you know, root fungus and all these other cool things.
mm-hmm,
And they would collect a vessel of water and they would shake the roots into the water,
mm-hmm.
and then they would gently warm the water for a short period of time. Once they got to that point, they would put their seeds right inside it, in that water, in that fluid, to pre-germinate them.
Oh wow.
So if the seed had really poor soil biology on them, or they had been sterilized for some reason,
Mm-hmm.
this was a way to rejuvenate that.
Oh, how cool.
Old time, I mean, you know, back then they knew how to do things, and
I know we don't
there
give
was
them
no
the
one to tell them not to.
credit that they deserve.
Yeah, I mean, they
People just
really deserve a lot of
automatically
credit
assume
for
they're
that
much
because it
more
works.
involved, and I'm thinking, really, I don't know. Especially with the industrial revolution, we've ruined so many things. Our bodies mostly, especially when it came out with all the pharmaceuticals through the Rothschilds.
So jams can't even eat the tomatoes.
Who?
Jams, Jams farm. They just give them away.
Why?
I don't know.
Because of the
It,
lectin. There's a lot of lectin in tomato.
it could be something that upsets their digestion, maybe.
Hmm. Yeah, but what I don't get is
Anderson.
like you go to the Middle East and all they eat is lectin-rich food, and those people are way healthier than we are.
Well, what else is high in lectin that we might have
Cucumbers,
here?
tomatoes, almost
Cucumber,
everything they eat over there. Probably, the nightshades, which is, tomatoes and eggplant and all that stuff. So it's,
eggplant.
yeah, so they probably, but see, they're conditioned. That's their culture. And so I don't think it's really as bad for them as, some people might think. It's their culture. But in general, they're way healthier than we are.
Yeah, they still eat naturally.
Hmm. And like I'd go all like, for instance, all over Israel and then to Jordan and Egypt, and you see them eating things that you kind of go, wow, that's real food, because they actually, the Arabs really know how to cook, man. Crazy. It's amazing. And they add all these herbs and nuts and seeds and spices, and and that's another reason I think they stay healthy is because they get all these natural remedies in their food on a continuum, because that's what they cook with.
There we go. Batteries dying. So how do we do here? We got 21 left, and it's about midnight. Did we get to everyone's questions? I hope.
You better
We've
go
been
to bed,
chatting.
man. Are you kidding
We've
me?
been
It's
chatting up a
about
storm.
midnight. That means we've been on here for 4 hours. Lord have mercy.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh man, I can't believe it. These poor people, especially the ones on the East Coast. Is there anybody on from Europe?
I'm not sure.
Man, Christiane's not on tonight, and then I don't remember who else has been on. She's in Portugal now. Portugal's so beautiful. I really want to go see her.
Yep, there it is. Dusty said, "Woohoo! Clock just struck midnight."
Oh my word, you're kidding me. We've been on 4 hours. That's a record. We better go night night.
Maybe y'all can lead us in some prayer. Give us a good send off.
You want to, Papa, or you want me to? Or
Sure, you can. If
you sure?
Hmm.
You don't want to?
No, it's okay.
Why don't we both do it? Because nobody likes to hear from me. They don't want to hear from you.
Okay, Father, we
Not
just thank
true.
we just thank you for this evening. We've had this really good time of fellowship and sharing information, and just thank you for the wonderful creation you've given us to enjoy and to be blessed with. And thank you so much. And just pray that each one was encouraged and helped tonight who attended. Thank you in Jesus' name, Amen.
And Father, I just thank you for Creedmoor and how he brings so much enthusiasm and hope and help to people online, because he just is a really positive kind of guy, and we just really love and appreciate him. I ask you to bless him and enlarge his borders and continue to cause him to be a blessing. And Father, just make yourself more and more real to him. And Terry, I pray that you put a hedge of protection around his house and his garden, Lord, that you would protect all of us as we proceed to go throughout the rest of our lives here. Father, this whole thing of the eclipse last week, that was not an eclipse. And I just thank you, God, that you're giving us insight and wisdom into what's actually going on. And so I ask God that you would just protect all of us. You would give us wisdom. You would draw us closer to you, and you would help us to know you. I mean, in such a way, Lord, that we've never known you before, all of us, Father. Thank you for becoming more and more real to us. Thank you for becoming more and more the back to Eden gardener. God, you are the gardener. You're the ultimate gardener. And we thank you for giving us wisdom and insight and blessings, and for all the giftings of everyone here that shares in this situation that we come to every Monday. We're a bunch of goofies, and we just are willing and open and wanting to share and give ourselves away. And also, I know that you really appreciate the fellowship that we have with you. So we ask God that you would bless those that are here. We bless you, God. We thank you. We praise you. We worship you, God. And everything that we do, God, we want to turn to you and make it a time of worship. Thank you, Lord, for bringing us into the garden where it all got started. Thank you, God, for giving us abundantly more that we could ever ask.
Amen. And I love you as well, both you and Paul. And we love hearing both of you deliver that at night. We do.
You.
We
Well,
really
you better
do.
get your rear end over here because I want to see you. Hopefully, you guys will come this year.
Yeah, we're definitely very much wanting to get there as soon as we can.
Yeah, it'd be really great.
Now I got all
My
this plant
son's
stuff
out.
I have to
My
deal with.
son's out of his house for the most part. I think he still has a few things there, but so I've got like 3 bedrooms and um, separate kind. We call it the prophet's quarters in the back. So we've got room right now, and unless we get someone to move in, we've got. I'm really praying that we get help because this was a really tough week for me. And Paul got stuck behind a fence, and it was really hard to get him out. And I feel like such a failure when I can't keep up with things. So I'm just, I don't know. Yeah. But anyway, I'm grateful that God has given us what we need when we need it, and I'm trusting that He'll bring us someone that'll really appreciate what we have going on here, and that they could just be honest and clear with us and be people of integrity. And I just thank you, God, that you're going to make that provision for us, Lord. Anyway, are people liking, subscribing, and sharing? And then we can say goodbye.
Yeah, just one more quick reminder, y'all. You can go ahead and give it a like, a love, click it, come back to it and watch it another day. And if you get an opportunity to share it with those that you love, folks. The more we spread the word, the stronger we get.
Okay. Love everybody. Thank you for coming back. We really
Oh,
appreciate
thank
you
y'all
all
for having
coming.
me.
It feels like an online family. It does. It's so sweet.
It really is. Good night, all.
Good night.
Night. Paul, do you see where it says leave at the top on the phone? Can you press it?
Leave? I don't see leave. No.
Or goodbye or close or some kind of reference to that?
No.
This cat's right on top of me and I don't want to move him, but I will. Ugh. He's so funny. He just has to be on mama's lap all the time at night. And that crazy dog is out and about. I don't know what happened to her. She took off. Oh man, where's my glasses? I tell ya, getting old ain't for sissies. Okay, you see that red?
Yeah.
You just, oh, I guess it's really the X. Okay.